Sure thing. Did you know that the 1998 Williams FW20 was driven by the legendary driver Mika Häkkinen, along with Damon Hill? It was one of the last Williams cars to use a V10 engine, and it was quite the rocket in its time, even though it faced some tough competition that season. Plus, that year marked Williams' return to the top after a few quieter seasons, so it's kind of like the comeback story of Formula One cars. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, and soon we'll be stuck with whatever the AI decided for us. Hurry up if you want to make a difference or just enjoy the chaos that comes with last-minute choices. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright. This is a classic battle of vintage machines. King Malcolm X is behind the wheel of a Stewart SF02 from 1998. That car has a bit of a reputation for being tricky, but has some good potential when driven right. On the other hand, Deluxe Combo is piloting a Jordan 198 from the same year. The Jordan was known for its agility and balance, especially in the hands of talented drivers. But we're talking about AI here. So it's more about the algorithms than the skills. Given that both cars are from the same era but have different strengths, I'd say the Stewart might have the edge in raw power, but the Jordan might be more nimble around a Capone Raceway's corners. Honestly, it's going to come down to the AI's interpretation of these cars, but I'd lean slightly towards the Stewart SF02 for a potential win, just because it might have a bit more grunt on the straights. Still, don't count out the Jordan. It's a solid contender in tight situations. The race is about to start, so let's see who the AI favors today. Alright everyone, the race is underway at a Capone Raceway, and leading the pack is Bot Detox. In a classic 1998 Williams FW20. Looks like they've got a strong start, but let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Detoxnance has taken an early lead. James Misk is right behind him, and DCK PPC Wolgers is holding on to third place. Looks like a tight battle already. La Croissant 1980 just sneaked into 9th place. Spey Like Hail and La Croissant 1980 are nose to tail for that 9th spot. Deluxe Combo is climbing 2 places to 13. Starbucks and Spey Like Hail are nose to tail for 10th place. Kyosify is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Stabigale Killens and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 15. Stabigale Killens is climbing nicely into the middle pack now. Smurf 20 is inching closer to the top 20. Kyosify and Stabigale Killens are nose to nose for 14th place. Hellskank is climbing up 1 spot to 19th. King Malcolm X is driving a Stewart SF02 and is currently in the 13th place. Looks like they're struggling to move up. probably stuck behind some slower cars. Alan 656 is driving a Tyrrell 026, which is currently in the 16th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. King Malcolm X is just behind Deluxe Combo, so he has a shot at overtaking if he gets a good run. Deluxe Combo needs to defend well or risk losing that position. King Malcolm X is just behind Deluxe Combo, so he's got a shot if he can find a way past. Deluxe Combo needs to defend or risk losing that position. King Malcolm X is driving a Stewart SF02 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is very close to the leaders, so they're holding steady but not making big moves yet. Detoxnitz is cruising at the front with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Das Leonardo is driving a Williams FW20 and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're trying to catch up after starting in 9th. Not bad, but still a bit behind the front runners. The Betty White show is closing in on Daisy Keepiziogats, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Spikebos and Wayne Train 94 are battling for 7th place. Anonymous 93 and Marty Freeze are fighting for 16th. Well, look at that. Detoxness just crossed the finish line first. Guess all that practice paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Detoxins really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations to them. Looks like they're the reigning champion for today. I guess all those hours tuning that AI really paid off. Well done. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility, because the Kazan Ring has a lot of sharp turns and tight corners. A car that can smoothly dart through those curves without losing speed will really shine here. Of course, good braking performance is crucial too, since slowing down efficiently before the corners makes a big difference. Power is nice, but I think nimbleness and control are what will make or break a car on this racetrack. Alright everyone, the countdown is almost up. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's your last chance before the race begins. Don't make me choose for you, or it might end up with something hilarious like a lawnmower on wheels. Get those selections in before it's too late. Hey Amin-san, welcome back to the chaos. Glad you could join us again. Hopefully, you're ready for some high-speed AI madness on the track. Sit back and enjoy the ride. Oh wow, this is a real David versus Goliath situation. On one side, we have Kyosify with a fancy 2015 Jaguar XKRS. That's a sleek sporty ride with some decent power, no doubt. And then we have Baskin the 2008 Pontiac G8 GXP. Now that's a car known for its muscle and rough around the edges attitude, even if it's a bit older. Honestly, in terms of straight line speed, the Jaguar might have a slight edge thanks to its modern design and better aerodynamics. But the Pontiac G8 GXP has that raw muscle and maybe a little more grit on twisty parts, if the AI can handle the curves. My bet? The Jaguar has the technical edge and might pull ahead, but don't count out the Gate GXP's stubborn streak out. It could surprise us if the AI driving style favors straight shots more than turns. Alright folks, the race is underway at Kausen Ring and Bot Red Pandamani. V4 is leading the pack from the pole in a classic 2009 Morgan Aero Supersports. That's quite the throwback to a sleek, vintage look with modern racing flair. Let's see if that charm can hold up against the competition. Red Pandamani 4 is leading the race, followed closely by Hrswa Qingjio in second place. Dairok Official is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Dairok Official is now in second place, climbing one spot. Adenflash has moved up to seventh place. Baskitanfi is now in ninth position. Kyosify just snuck into 8th place. Indigo Peta and Kyosify are nose-to-nose for 7th. Rampayurth is climbing up to 9th. This race is heating up. Kyosify is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 5th place. Blackbeard and Princess Wildface are locked in a close fight for 13. Nyalito Tep 98 just gained 1 position to 17. Kyosify and Beyond Two Dark Souls are nose to tail for 4th place. Indigo Peta is inching up to 7th, grabbing that spot from Adenflash. Adenflash and Indigopati are locked in a close fight for 7th. Kyosify is climbing up to 4th place. Adenflash is also moving up to 7th. Indigo Peta and Adenflash are nose to nose for 7th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Amundsen are nose to nose for 5th place. Rampayurth is closing in on the top 10, now in 8th. Blackbeard and SS Daven Games are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Maya is climbing 2 places, now sitting in 19th. Blackbeard is climbing nicely to 13th place. Cherofa is also making moves up to 15th place. S7 Games and Cherofa are nose to nose for that 15th spot. Looks like a tight squeeze. Blackbeard and Princess Wildface are nose to nose for 12th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios just climbed 1 spot to 20th. Baskitten Fee is climbing up to 13th place. Cherofa is right behind in 14th place. Blackbeard and Cherofa are nose to nose for that 14th spot. Kitten is climbing up to 13th place. Blackbeard is now 14th place. Dehi 7 is making a move to 17th place. Davin Games and Basketon TV are nose to tail for 15th place. Nyalathotip 988 is chipping away at the Hyper 7's lead, now just over a second behind. Joy Pastrami and Rudfreyboy Gaming Studios are locked in a fierce scrap for 20th. Piswat Indio is closing in on Kyosify, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Daruk Official has just taken the lead and is now in first place. Kyosify has moved up 2 spots to second. Red Panda Manatee 4 is really having a rough time dropping to 19. Beyond Fu Dark Souls just climbed to 5th. Adden Flesh is now 6th, inching closer to the top. Grampy Sheriff and Figure 8 Sport are neck and neck for 7th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios just gained 2 spots, and is now in 19th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Basketon TV are fighting hard for 18th. Wow! Daruk Official just took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Daruk Official really pulled out the stops. Congratulations on winning the race. That was an impressive display of AI driving skills. Can't wait to see what you do next. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Queensland Sportsman is all about tight corners and quick maneuvering, so a car that can stay composed through sharp turns and respond swiftly would be my top choice. Speed is great, but if the car can't handle the twists and turns smoothly, it's going to struggle to stay competitive. Far better to have a car that's nimble and predictable than one that's super fast but fights you around every bend. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking, and the countdown to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before time runs out, or you might be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we're looking at a vintage showdown here. The 1983 Lola T616, driven by Udo 20 Plays, versus the 1984 Rondo M482, driven by Thibaut. Both cars are from a similar era but have their own quirks. The Lola's got that classic design, probably a bit lighter and nimble, but the Rondo's known for its stability, and maybe a touch more power. Honestly, I think U20 plays might have the edge with the Lola. It's a bit more agile, especially around tight turns, which Queensland Sportsman probably has plenty of. But T-Boom's Rondo isn't a slouch either, especially if it can find a good straightaway to stretch its legs. So, if I had to make a call, I'd say U20 plays Lola might just squeak out a win, but it's going to be close. We'll see if the Rondo can surprise us with a late surge. Alright folks, the race just kicked off at Queensland Sportsman Track. Leading the pack in Group C2, Bot Simple Markers has taken pole position with a classic 1982 Rondo M 382. Looks like we've got some vintage speed to enjoy today. Simple Marcus has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Ihave Eczema is right behind in second place. Rogsworth is currently in third, trying to keep up. Ihave Eczema is now in first place. Frogsworth and Simple Markers are still neck and neck for second. Anaxagarax has moved up to fifth. Anaxagarax and Emerald Tig 398 are battling hard for fourth. Anaxagarax is climbing up to fourth place. Ablaze also moving up one spot, now in 14th. Velocitor 14 and Ablaze are nose to nose for the 14th position. T-Bomb and Emerald Tig 398 are nose to nose for fifth place. Sufik and Two Peas and Da Podcast are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Velocitor 14 and Ablaze are trading paint for 14th. Anaxagarax is climbing up to third place. Athena CNC and Amonsan are nose to nose for 16th. U20 Plate is driving a Lola T616 from 1983 in the Group C2 Class .1. They are currently in 8th place with a decent lap time of 54.631 seconds. Looks like they're holding their own among some fast competitors. Emerald Tig 398 is driving a Mazda Harrier R X83C from 1983. They're holding the 5th place and have a fastest lap of 54.189 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not setting the pace. Anaxagarax is driving a Lola T616 from 1983, currently in 3rd place. Looks like they're holding steady with a decent lap time, but not quite challenging the leaders yet. Athena CNC is driving a 1995 BMW M3 GT R Evo Go 2. Looks like they're struggling a bit. Currently in the last retro DTM spot, and a good second behind the next car. Ablaze is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 16th place, just a bit behind the leaders in the retro DTM class. Looks like a steady race, no major moves yet. T-Biome and Emerald Tig 398 are nose-to-nose for 5th place. U20 Plays and Lear-Cell are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Velocitor 14 is climbing up 1 spot to 14. Emerald Tick 398 is gaining on Frogsworth, closing the gap by 1 second. U20 Plays has moved up 1 spot to 7th place. Sophie has also gained 1 position, now in 11th. U20 Plays is climbing up to 6th place. Athena CNC and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for 16. The track's tight and technical layout seems to favor the quick lapers like Ihivixema and U20 Plays. The slower sections are giving the pack a chance to close up, but the fast corners are making overtakes tricky. Simplimarcas is driving a 1982 Rondeau M382. Starting from the 1st position, they're holding 2nd now, and their fastest lap is a solid 53.7. Looks like they're keeping it steady but not quite pulling away. U20 Plays is climbing fast into 4th place. Tigu Bomb and Emerald Tick 398 are locked in a close fight for 6th. Annex Agarex is slicing into Simplimarker's rear bumper, closing the gap by a full second. Tiboom has climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Shrine Orangutan 7272 are nose to tail, battling for 9th place. Wow! Ihivixema really crossed the finish line first. Looks like all that skin trouble didn't slow them down one bit. Well done. Wow! Ihivixema really cruised to victory? Congratulations to them. They clearly know how to handle the heat on the track. Great job! Alright, here's a fun fact about those F1 2018 cars. They were packed with a turbocharged V6 engine that produced around 700 horsepower. That's like giving a rocket booster to a really sleek, fast-moving metal snake. It's no wonder they could go from 0 to blazing fast faster than you can say pole position. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks before it's too late. Don't let your favorite car slip away just because you waited too long. Well, this is quite the showdown. The Red Bull RB14 is known for its agility and quick handling, while the Ferrari's H71H is a bit of a speed demon on straights. Considering the track at Calafat, with those tight corners and long straights, I'd say it's a pretty close call. But if I had to make a guess, I'd lean toward Amy in the Red Bull. Its balance might give her an edge through the twisty bits, even if Shotsky's Ferrari has the raw speed. Let's see who takes the checkered flag. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Calafat, and leading the pack is Bot Waffling Otters in a sleek 2018 Sauber C37. He's starting strong at the front. Let's see if he can keep that momentum. Waffling Otters has taken an early lead. Cloudy is right behind in second place, and DC KPB Zerogus is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start so far. Budazeror is on a roll, climbing 4 places to second. Cloudy and Budazeror are nose to tail for second place. Vanon 1857 just gained 1 spot and is now in 6th. Joey Vaughn is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 9th place. Cloudy is making a strong push to lead the race, now in 1st place. DKK Bedzero Gertz is also gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. Shotskis is on the move, climbing to 9th place. Adenut 44 is also making a charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 10th. Bobardo and Adenut 44 are now nose to tail, fighting for 10th place. Yam Chubby Panda is on a roll, climbing up to 9th place after overtaking 4 cars. Budatsaror is also making progress, moving up 1 spot to 14th. DTKK Betsirox is really having a rough time, falling back 9 spots to 12. Velocito 14 is climbing up 1 spot to 3rd. Hellskank is gaining 2 spots to 4th. Ropsizzle is having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 14. Venom 1857 is climbing nicely, moving up 2 spots to 5th. Shotskis is also on the rise, advancing 2 positions to 6th. Venume 1857 is closing in on Hellskank, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Budazeror is climbing up 1 spot to take 11th place. Joey Vaughn is also moving up 1 spot to claim 12th. Venone 1857 is climbing to 4th place. Shotskis is now in 5th. Adenut 44 has moved into 6th. Looks like the top spots are getting crowded. Maya is closing in on the pack now. Bobardo and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th place. DGAK Bete Rogerts just overtook someone to grab the 9th spot. Bodatsuro is also on the move, climbing into the 10th position. Joey Wan is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's quite behind the leaders. DJ Capezero Garretts is holding the fastest lap, but he's also sitting in 9th, so he's probably just trying to keep his pace and hope for a late surge. DJ Capezia made a bold move and is now in 1st place. Cloudy is right behind trying to reclaim the lead. This is getting intense. Helskank is closing in on Daisy Kipizia Goggers, cutting the gap by 6:30 seconds. Cloudy has just taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Waffling Godders has moved up to 2nd place. Helskank is driving a Force India V JM 11. Their race looks a bit slow, the slowest lap so far, almost a second behind the leader. Yamchubby Panda is on a roll, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Shotskis is narrowing the gap to Vonon 1857 by 2 seconds, so expect some action soon. Joey Von is climbing up to 10th place. DCKK Baitserogits is now 11th. Helskank has moved into 12th. Looks like a little shuffle at the back. Wow, Cloudy really sped past everyone and took the top spot. Congratulations on the win. Hey, Steve Jumper. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could jump right back into the action. Hope you're ready to see some crazy AI racing. Wow! Cody really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was an amazing display of skill and strategy. Looks like they're the one to beat now. Yeah. Great job! Well, the 2014 Renault Formula 3.5 car was basically a rocket on wheels, built for speed and agility. Fun fact, it was powered by a V8 engine that could produce around 530 horsepower. That's like strapping a jet engine to a race car and expecting it to handle. It was used in the World Series by Renault, and many of its tech features later influenced Formula One cars. So you could say it was like the training ground for F1 stars in the making. Alright, so we're betting on 2 mystery drivers and a tiny Lego Renault Formula 3.5. This is shaping up to be a real guessing game. Since we don't have any info about either of them, I'd say it's a classic case of pick a name and hope for the best. Maybe Rogue is the sneaky underdog, or perhaps Illicitone 95 has a secret skill hidden behind their name. Without any data, I'd give a slight edge to whoever looks the most confident, or perhaps the one who's less likely to accidentally knock over a Lego wall. Who do you all think has the edge here? Or are we just going to enjoy some Lego chaos and see who flicks their car across the finish line first? Alright folks, looks like Bottom Flash is taking the lead on pole position with that 2014 Renault Formula 3.5. Let's see if it can keep that momentum, or if the others will catch up. Bottom Flash is leading the race, followed closely by Calico Bunny in second and Rowdy Zerolf holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing to second place. Rogue and Calico Bunny are still locked in a close fight for third. Illicitone 1095 is making a move, and is now in sixth. Rogue just overtook someone to move into third place. Yaki Ramen and Illicitone 1095 are nose to nose for 6th. Steve Jumper and Autumn Thunderbird are neck and neck for 9th. Illicitone 1095 is on fire, climbing to third place after overtaking 3 cars. Autumn Thunderbird is also making moves, now in 6th after passing 3 more. Ashenariton is the real surprise, jumping 8 places to 8th. Looks like a busy race for everyone. Archerona 192 is slicing through the field, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Nox Exodus is climbing steadily, now in 6th place. Steve Jumper is also making moves, now in 8th place after gaining 1 spot. Rogue drops to 9th place. Calico Bunny also falls back to 10th. Illicitone 1095 is climbing, now in 1st place. Holocaust is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Ashero 92 is closing in on Rowdy Zerolf, cutting the gap by over 10 seconds. Yakiramen has stormed to the top, grabbing the lead from the 2nd place. Autumn Thunderbird just blitzed to the front, leaving everyone in the dust. Steve Jumper climbing fast to the top 5. No surprise there. Yakiramen and Nox Exodus are nose to nose for 2nd place. Looks like a spicy duel. Calico Bunny is on fire, moving up 4 cars to take 2nd place. Archerona 92 is also making moves, climbing 4 spots to 11. Steve Jumper is having a rough time, dropping 8 positions to 12. Ashenariton just made a quick move to 5th place. Illicitone 1095 is also climbing fast, now in 6th after overtaking 3 cars. Yakiramen has inched up to second. And the race for first is heating up with Yakiramen and Autumn Thunderbird nose to nose. Mir Pinkwolf is making a nice climb up to 9th place. Kaingyano. Yakiramen has taken the lead, pushing into first. Nox Exodus is right behind in second, both making moves. Rowdy Zerolf has just overtaken someone to move up to 14th place. The fight between Rowdy Zerolf and Chubby Boy RJ for 13th place is heating up. Ashenariton is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Autumn Thunderbird has also moved up 1 spot into 4th. Schoolbus Rostefi is making progress, now in 10th place after climbing 1 spot. Schoolbus Rostevi is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 5th. Archeroni 92 is also making moves, overtaking 4 cars to reach 8th. Calican Bunny is now in 5th place, climbing 1 spot. Chubby Boy RJ has also moved up 1 spot into 12th. Archero 92 is climbing up to 12th place. Adamflesh is now in 14th place, both making some moves today. Dorogue is currently in 8th place but has a fastest lap time of 99.99. Much suggests they might be struggling to keep pace, or haven't set a proper lap yet. Chubby Boy RJ is making a bold move, climbing up 3 spots to take the 10th place. Rowdy Zerolf is inching forward, grabbing the 14th spot. Illicitona 95's car is a Renault Formula 3.5, but they're currently stuck with a placeholder lap time. Looks like they're having a tough time catching up or even staying on track. Schoolbus Rustifti is climbing up to 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ is making a move to 12th. Schoolbus Rostefi started in 4th and is currently in 6th. Their fastest lap is over 3 minutes, so they're not exactly setting the track on fire. Looks like a steady but slow grind. Alright everyone, it looks like the AI had a bit of a tough time around the track, so we're calling it early. Don't worry though. The points from this race are still counted, so everyone's efforts matter. We'll learn from this and come back stronger in the next one. Thanks for hanging in there. Emmer Pinkwolf's car is a 2014 Renault Formula 3.5, starting in 12th place. Looks like they're stuck in the pack with no laps completed yet. Probably just hanging around or waiting for a miracle. Wow. Yakaram really showed off their skills today. Congratulations on winning the race. That was quite the impressive performance. Looks like all that Raymond fuel paid off. Great job. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. The Yas Marina Corkscrew is all about those sharp, dramatic turns that really test a car's agility. A car with great grip and precise steering would have a serious advantage here. Speed is important, but if the car can't stick through those twists and turns, it's a recipe for losing precious seconds. So, smoothness and control over raw power would be my top priorities for conquering this tricky section. Wow, Yaki Ramen really showed off their skills today. Hats off to them for taking the top spot. Looks like all those ramen eating skills paid off on the racetrack. Great job! Hey Naiba and Everlasting Apex. Welcome back to the channel. Glad to see you both popping in again. Get ready because we're about to watch some AI cars race, and it's going to be a wild ride. Grab your snacks and stay tuned. Hey everyone, just a quick heads up. If you want to snap some epic shots of the race in action, you can redeem your channel points to take a screenshot during the race. All the best shots will be uploaded to our Instagram, so you can show off your photography skills or just enjoy the chaos from a different angle. Just type !Instagram in chat, and the bot will drop the link right into your chat. Don't miss out on capturing those moments. Some of the best shots come from you guys. Hey there, Elias X98. Glad you could make it back to the stream. We're just about to watch some AI cars race each other. Get ready for some high-speed action, maybe a little chaos on the track. Hey everyone! If you want to stay in the loop and maybe even join a team for the monthly challenge, just type !Discord in chat. A bot will then shoot you a link to the Discord server, where all the action and updates happen. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey there, Elias988. Welcome back to the chaos of our AI car races. Glad you could join us again for some high-speed fun. Hey Wild Sufin. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you're back for another round of AI car racing fun. Hope you're ready to see some insane speed and maybe a bit of chaos on the track. Hey everyone, if you want to check out some cool shirts and merch, you can just type !merch in chat, and the bot will hook you up with the link. Don't miss out on grabbing some awesome gear to support the stream. Hey everyone! If you want to take a car out of the race, just type !remove, and then the number of the car you want gone. For example, !remove 3 to eliminate car 3 from the competition. Easy as that. Keep those cars on the grid and let's see who takes the crown. Alright, everyone. Time is ticking and the car selection window is closing fast. Make your picks now or forever hold your peace in the pit lane. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI car comes out on top. Alright folks, we've got Knox Exodus in the vintage Reynard 95i versus Wildtsufin in the Penske PC23. Both are from the same era but different manufacturer backgrounds. The Reynard has that nostalgic charm, but might be a bit less nimble compared to the Penske, which was known for its sharp handling back in the day. Given the AS Marina Corkscrew's mix of sharp turns and elevation changes, I'd probably lean towards Wildtsufin in the Penske for that extra edge and agility. But hey, With AI behind the wheel, anything can happen, and surprises are part of the fun. Stay tuned. This could be anyone's race. Alright everyone, big shout out to Maya for suggesting this race. Thanks for the awesome idea. The race is underway at Yas Marina Corkscrew, with bot Dr. Felix on pole, in a 1995, Lola T95, Yola T95, 0.IE. Let's see if they can hold on to that lead. Dr. Felix has taken an early lead, with Rob Swizzle hot on his tail. Eliasis 988 is currently in third, trying to find a way past. Nox Exodus is really having a tough time, dropping 11 places to 20. Arayu Serial is climbing up 1 spot to 9. Viltsofin is also moving up 1 spot to 10. Vay 39 and Maracus are nose to nose for 6th place. Smurf 20 is climbing up to 13. Takido Kibre is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 19th position. Looks like their race is a bit of a struggle, probably stuck behind some traffic or just not finding the pace today. Shotskis is driving 1995 Penske PC23 up. They're currently in the 16th place, trying to make up some ground, but still a few spots behind the leaders. La Croissant 1980 is driving a Lola T9500 and is currently in the 17th place. The race seems to be a bit of a struggle for them, with some positions lost, but there's still plenty of time to make moves. Dr. Felix is leading the race in the 1995 Lola T95 00.on. Looks like they're comfortably in front with no signs of trouble so far. Rob Sizzle is driving a 1995 Penske PC23, which is a pretty iconic car from that era. Looks like he's holding second place comfortably, but no real challenge yet. He's probably just waiting for the right moment to make a move. Eliasix 98 is driving a 1995 Penske PC23. They started in third and are currently in 8th place, so they've slipped a bit but are still in the mix. The IndyCar's 1995 cars seem evenly matched, but the Yas Marina Corkscrew's sharp turns are likely favoring experienced drivers over raw speed. The IndyCar's 1995 cars seem evenly matched, but the ES Marina Corkscrew's sharp turns are probably favoring experienced drivers over raw speed. V39 is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its agility and speed. They are currently in 8th place, so they're holding steady but still have room to climb up. Ilyazix 988 is driving a 1995 Penske PC23. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap, just over 150.2. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Ilyazix 988 is driving a 1995 Penske PC23. They are currently in 8th place and just behind their teammate in the race. Their fastest lap is slightly slower than the leader, but they're holding steady. Maya is hanging around in 8th place with a fastest lap just over 1 minute 50. Looks like she's holding her own on the Penske, but she's got some work to do to catch the leaders. The ES Marina Corkscrew is shaking up the order with its tricky elevation changes and sharp turns. Overtakes are happening where grip is tested the most, especially for those pushing on the limits. Nox Exodus is driving a Reynard 95i, which is known for its agility. They are currently in 10th place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're making some moves. The IndyCar's 1995 class is quite competitive here with close lap times. The ES Marina Corkscrew's sharp turns are testing driver skill more than car class, but the mix of Lola, Penske, and Reynard models keeps things interesting. Overall, it's a tight race with a slight edge to those with better handling and consistency. Shotskis is driving a 1995 Penske PC23 and is currently in the 17th place. Their fastest lap is a 150.124, which is decent but not quite enough to shake up the top. Looks like they're holding steady but still chasing those ahead. Ilyas 988 is driving a Penske PC23. They are currently in 8th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 50 seconds and 120 milliseconds. Their race looks steady but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Someone is driving a Reynard 95i and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is very close to the leaders, so they're holding their own pretty well. Nox Exodus is driving a Reynard 95i, which is known for its agility. They're currently in 10th place and their fastest lap is the quickest so far at 149.323. So they're definitely pushing hard. Ilyazix 98 is driving a Penske PC23 and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be struggling to keep up with the top pack. The IndyCar's 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched here. but the Yas Marina Corkscrew's sharp turns are really testing their handling. The faster lap times from the Penske cars show they're handling the twisty bits well, but the Lola and Reynard are hanging in there. Overall, the track's demanding nature is keeping the order pretty tight. The Yas Marina Corkscrew is shaking up the order with its tricky elevation changes and sharp turns. It's making overtakes tricky but rewarding those who take risks. Maya is currently in 12th place, driving a Penske PC23. She's a bit behind the leaders but still holding her own. Her fastest lap is over a second slower than the top times, so she might want to pick up the pace if she wants to climb higher. Wildsufin is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 49.681, which suggests they're holding a decent pace but still trying to find the perfect overtake or gap. V39 is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its agility. They're currently in 8th place just behind LES in 988. Looks like a steady race for them so far. Everlasting Apex is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 5th place. They've been consistently fast with a best lap just under 1:49.83. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Nox Exodus is making a move with the fastest lap, but he is still in 10th. He's got potential to climb up if he keeps this pace. Nox Exodus is sitting in 10th and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely making moves. Keep an eye on him if he keeps that pace up. Wildsufin is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 11th place. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 49.681, which suggests they're holding a decent pace, but still trying to find a way past the cars ahead. Wildsufin advances to 9th place. Maya climbs to 10th. Naiba moves into 11th. The race is heating up with some steady progress. The Vincero guy is driving a Lola T9500, which is known for its agility. They're currently in 15th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Their lap time is decent, but not quite matching the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Smurf20 is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 13th place. Their fastest lap is 1:50.32, which is pretty close to the leaders, but not quite enough to make a move yet. The race seems tight behind the top few cars. Dyrok Official is driving a Lola T9500 and is currently in 16th place. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Mericus is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in 7th place. They've been steadily climbing with a fastest lap of 1 minute, 49 seconds and 76 milliseconds. Looks like a solid race so far. La Croissant 1980 is on a roll, climbing to 13th place. Eliasesk is not far behind, grabbing 14. Takido Kibre is making a move, now in 15. Looks like the midfield is heating up. Aryu Serial is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 16. Takido Kibre just nudged into 14, inching closer to the front. Vade 39 is driving a Lola T 9500, which is known for its agility. They're currently in 7th place, hanging just behind the top 6. Looks like they're holding their own but haven't made a move yet. Eliasesk is driving a Penske PC23 and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they're hanging in but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Nox Exodus is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still in 10th, so he's got some ground to make up. Eliasek 988 is climbing to 7th place. Wildsofin is now 8th. Naiba is sneaking into 9th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Direwok Official is climbing nicely to 10th place. La Croissant in 1980 and Takidoki Bri are both advancing to 11th and 12th place respectively. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Aryu Serial is now in 14th place. Smurf20 has climbed to 15th, and I am now in 16th place, climbing 2 spots. Aryu Serial is gaining on Eliasesk, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Shotskis has moved up 1 spot to take the 18th position. Nox Exodus is comfortably ahead of Wildsofin right now, but Wildsofin's fastest lap is better. Looks like a close finish is possible if Wildsofin keeps the pressure on. Rob Sizzle is driving a 1995 Penske PC23 and is currently in 2nd place. He's got the fastest lap of the race so far, so he's definitely pushing hard. Looks like he's got a good shot at staying near the front. Eliasesk is driving a 1995 Penske PC23. They are currently in 8th place after starting 3rd, and their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leader. Looks like a steady race with some room for improvement. Direwok Official is on the rise, now in 7th place after overtaking 3 cars. La Croissant 1980 is right behind, also up 3 spots into 8th. Takido Kibre is closing in, moving up 3 places into 9th. Looks like a tight scramble for those positions. Shotskis is on a roll, climbing to 14th place after overtaking 4 cars. The Vensero guy is also making moves, now in 15 after a similar surge. Aryu Serial is closing in on Takido Kibre, chipping away at the gap by over a second. Everlasting Apex is driving a 1995 Penske PC23 and is currently in 4th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit behind the leaders, so they're staying competitive but not quite on the podium pace. Arayu Serial's car is a Lola T9500, and they are currently in the 10th place. Their fastest lap is just under 150. They seem to be holding steady, but not making much progress. Rob Sizzle takes the lead at the front. Elias98 follows closely behind in second. Someone is sneaking into third place, making this a tight race. Dirok Official is climbing nicely to 5th place. Tokidokibre is catching up to 6th. Arayu Serial is making a move to 9th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Tokidokibre is now in 6th place. Arayu Serial has moved into 7th. Smurf20 climbs to 8th. The race is heating up. Maricus just nudged into 14th place. Everlasting Apex is climbing 2 spots to 15. Elias is also making moves, up 1 to 17. The corkscrew is shaking things up with its tricky elevation changes and sharp turns. It's causing some overtaking opportunities but also plenty of mistakes. The leaders are holding steady but expect chaos behind them. Smurf20 is in 8th place and has the fastest lap, so he's definitely a threat if he keeps pushing. Rob Swizzle is driving a 1995 Penske PC23, and he's holding on to 2nd place, with the fastest lap so far. Looks like he's got some serious pace, but he's not leading by much. Tokidokibre is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Arayu Serial is hot on her heels, grabbing 4th. Smurf20 is not far behind, pushing into 5th. The race is heating up. Arayu Serial and Tokidokibre are nose to tail for 3rd place. Guy is climbing fast, now in 11th. Guy and Rob Swizzle are battling hard for 10th. Smurf20 and Arayu Serial are neck and neck for 4th place. Lee 39 and I are trading paint for 7th. Guy just climbed 1 spot to 10th. Guy is gaining on Shotskis, closing the distance by 1 second. Dirok Official is also making moves, shrinking the gap to Naibi by 1.6 seconds. Maricus is driving a 1995 Penske PC23 and is currently in the middle of the pack at 7th. Their fastest lap is 1:49.763, so they're not exactly pushing the limits, but holding steady. Lacrosung 1980 is driving a Lola Team 9500 and is currently in the 18th place. Their lap time is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be struggling to keep up. Arayu Serial is now in 1st place, leaving the others in the dust. Dr. Felix is hot on their heels in 2nd, and climbing up to 4th after overtaking 3 cars, so watch out for some action. Shotskis is trying to hold off Guy for 6th place. Everlasting Apex just gained 1 spot to 10. Ilyazesk is climbing 2 spots to 11. Dairuk Official is really closing in on 90. The gap is shrinking fast. Someone just moved up 1 spot to 12, not quite breaking into the top 10 yet. Smurf20 is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still 3 places behind the leader. He's closing in, but the question is if he can overtake before the finish. Five N0 Guy is driving a Lola T9500 and is currently in the 8th place. Their fastest lap is a 150.167, so they're holding a decent pace but still behind the leaders. Smurf20 is trying to shake off Dr. Felix but still stuck close. Naiba and Wildsufen are nose to tail. Looks like a game of follow the leader. Maya and Smurf20 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Naiba is climbing up 1 spot to 14th. The IndyCar's 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the US Marina Corkscrew's sharp turns are testing their agility. The track's complexity is causing some overtaking chaos, especially for those pushing their limits. Day39 is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Maya and VD39 are nose to tail. Looks like a battle is brewing. The US Marina Corkscrews, sharp turns and elevation changes are favoring the more agile cars, like the Penske PC23. The Lola T9500s are holding their own, but the Reynards seem to struggle with consistency. Overall, track demands are shaking up the standings a bit. Everlasting Apex is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 10th place. Their fastest lap is just under 150, so they're holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the leaders. Dr. Felix and Ariu Serial are nose-to-nose for the lead. Someone and Elias Sesk are locked in a close fight for 11. Dr. Felix is leading the race in a Lola T9500 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're trying to run away with it. Maya's car is in the middle of the pack in 5th place, but her fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the front runners yet. Dr. Felix and Ariu Serial are nose-to-nose at the front. Ropswizzle and Fivinsarogai are swapping positions in the midfield. Ilyazesk just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Ropswizzle advances to 7th place. Everlasting Apex and Ilyazesk are fighting hard for 10th. Ilyazesk 98 and Lacroson 1980 are locked in a close duel for 17th. Fivinsarogai is now in 7th place after overtaking someone. Ropswizzle and Fivinsarogai are nose to tail for 7th. Everlasting Apex has climbed to 10th place. Wildsofin is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the 15th place. Their fastest lap is just under 150. That's a solid effort, but they're definitely playing catch-up. Dr. Felix is leading the race in the Lola T9500 and has the fastest lap so far. Looks like they're holding a strong pace at the front. Tokidokibre is driving a Penske PC23 and is currently in the last place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Dr. Felix just snatched the lead from Arayu Serial in a close fight for first place. Iliasix 98 is climbing up to the 17th spot. Naiba and Iliasix 98 are nose to tail for 13th place. Lacroson 1980 and Iliasix 88 are also locked in a close fight for 17. The IndyCar's 1995 cars are pretty evenly matched here. But the Yas Marina Corkscrew's tricky turns are really testing driver skill more than car class. The track's demanding nature is keeping the top spots close, with a few surprises in overtakes. Naibe is on the move, climbing up to 10th place after overtaking 4 cars. Tokidokibre is also making progress, moving up 3 spots to 16. Maricus is having a rough time, dropping back 8 positions to 17. Smurf20 is driving a 1995 Penske PC23 and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is a quick one, 49.16, so they're definitely pushing hard. Looks like they're making a strong run early on. Knox Exodus is in 10th, and Wildsofin is in 13th, so Knox has the edge but Wildsofin is closing in. It's a tight battle with just 1 lap left. Dr. Felix is leading comfortably in the Lola team 9500 with the fastest lap of the race. Looks like they're setting the pace and holding a solid gap at the front. Noble move for someone to climb into the top 10. Naiba and the other racer are locked in a fierce battle for that same spot. Everlasting Apex is chipping away at Knox Exodus, closing the gap by a 2nd and a 3rd. Looks like things are heating up behind the leaders. Iliasix 988 is gaining on Direct Official, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Everlasting Apex is making a move on Knox Exodus, inching closer with every lap. Iliasix 98 just moved up 1 spot to 11th place. Naiba and Iliasix 98 are nose to tail fighting for that same spot. Naiba moves up 1 spot to 11th place. Iliasix 988 and Direct Official are nose to tail for 14th. Rob Sizzle is holding on to 6th place, but Shotskis is right behind him. Iliasix 988 just gained a spot and is now in 14th. Naiba and Iliasix 988 are still close in 11th and 12th. Rob Swizzle is now in 6th place, inching closer to the top. Shotskis and Rob Swizzle are nose-to-nose for 6th position. Nox Exodus has gained 1 spot and is now in 16th place. Shotskis and Rob Swizzle are nose-to-tail for 6th place. Someone's creeping up on Ilieses, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. Direct Official is gaining on Nox Exodus, closing the gap by 1 second. Mericus is also on the move, cutting down the distance to Lacrozone 1980 by 1.2 seconds. Congratulations, Dr. Felix. Looks like your skills at Yas Marina Corkscrew really paid off. Who knew you could turn that corner into a victory lap? Wow! Dr. Felix really pulled off a fantastic win? Congratulations on dominating the race. You should be proud of your victory. Now, for those who are eligible to claim a car Wildsaufen, your win in the bet race means you get to take home the 1995 Penske PC 23. That's some serious vintage racing history right there. Well done everyone, this has been quite the exciting race to watch. Alright, everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final picks now, or forever. Hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven car will dominate the race. Get your votes in before it's too late. Alright, so we've got Lynn Lilac in a vintage Lola from 1984. And Dr. Felix in a classic Mazda Harrier, RX-83C, from 1983. Both of these cars are old-school legends. But the real question is, which one will handle Batanga's racing circuit better? Lynn Lilac's Lola has that sleek vintage charm, but might be a little less nimble compared to the Mazda, which is known for its sharp handling. I'd lean towards the Mazda Harrier if agility is key on this circuit. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's a close call, but I think the Mazda might have a slight edge here. Still, I wouldn't count out the Lola just yet. This is part of what makes these AI races so unpredictable and fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Batangas. TTV Everlasting Apex is starting on pole in the Group C2 class, cruising in a classic 1985 WMP 83. Let's see how that vintage beauty handles the competition. Everlasting Apex has taken an early lead. Emerald Tick through a 988 is right behind in second, and Fragoid is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already forming. Emerald Tick through a 988 just snatched the lead, claiming first place. Rundum 69 is closing in behind, now in third. Dr. Felix and Lynn Lilac are nose to nose for fifth. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Matrix Go is climbing up to 9th place. Mission Man is now in 14th. Max barely has moved into 16th. Ragu and Rondon 69 are nose to tail for third place. Lin Lilac and Fraga are fighting hard for 4. B. Gardner and Dr. Felix are locked in a close duel for 6th. Ragu is climbing to 3rd place. Lin Lilac is now in 4th. U20 Plays has inched up to 20th. The Goldnerd and Dr. Felix are nose to tail for 6th place. Yesnin and 96 and U20 Plays are locked in a close fight for 20th. Lin Lilac and Fragout are neck and neck for 3rd place. Yesnin 196 is climbing up to 20th place. U20 Plays and Yesnin 196 are locked in a close fight for 20th. Emerald Take for a 98 is driving a 1984 Lola T610, a classic Group C2 prototype known for its sleek design and high performance. They are currently leading the race, so it looks like they've got the pace and possibly a bit of luck on their side. Matrixco is holding on to 8th place but barely. Its Bumblebee is trying to find a way around. Max Spirelli and SS Daven Games are neck and neck for 15. Looks like a photo finish coming up. U20 Plays is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo. They're currently in the 19th place, just ahead of Uncle Tobin and quite a few behind the leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Lin Lilac is holding second with the fastest lap, so he's definitely pushing hard but still chasing Emerald Tick for 988 at the front. Max Spirelli is driving a Nissan Primera P10 from 1991. Their race looks pretty quiet so far, with no lap times recorded and stuck in the 15th place. Ragus is in 5th place driving a 1984 Lola AD A01. Their fastest lap is 1:40.164. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. U20 Plays is driving a 1993 Ford Mondeo L. They're currently in 19th place, just ahead of Uncle Tobin and a bit behind the leaders. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Its Bumblebee just overtook Big Goldnut and is now in 7th place. They're still nose to tail, so expect more action soon. Wow, Emerald Tick 3988 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's at the Need for Speed. Congrats on the win. Wow, what an incredible finish. Congrats to Emerald Tick 3988 for taking the win. That was some seriously smooth driving. They totally earned that victory. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd go with the 2017 Oreca 07 Gibson. It's known for its incredible balance of speed and handling, especially on a demanding circuit like Goodwood. The other cars are certainly contenders, but the Oreca 07 Gibson has a reputation for excelling in endurance racing and technical tracks. Plus, it looks serious enough to hustle through those tight corners and long straights with style. Alright everyone, you better hurry up if you want to pick your favorite car before the timer runs out. Don't miss your chance to see which vehicle will dominate the race. Time's almost up, so make your decision. Alright, so we've got Queen Manda in a 2017 on-road Nissan DPI, and Darroch Official in a 2017 Mazda RT24P. Both are pretty serious race cars, but with different strengths. The Nissan DPI is known for its excellent aerodynamic design and high-speed stability, making it a real contender on a track like Goodwood. The Mazda RT24P, on the other hand, is a bit more agile and nimble, which could give it an edge through the twistier sections. If it's a straight-line sprint, I'd probably lean toward Queen Manda just because of the raw power of the Nissan. But if the race involves a lot of corners and quick maneuvering, Darroch might have a better shot. Honestly, it's going to come down to how well the AI can utilize each car's strengths. My money's on the Nissan for a slight edge, but this could be a photo finish. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Goodwood, and on pole, we have the TTV 90 in the sleek 2017 Delara P217. Let's see if it can hold its lead, or if the competition will surprise us. Naiba has taken an early lead. Ashanaritan is right behind in second, and Zebrandigan is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Zebrandigan and Ashanaritan are nose to tail fighting for second place. Mr. Wolf J just gained one position. and is now in 4th. Everlasting Apex and Mr. Wolf J are locked in a close duel for 4th. Wrath 92 is climbing to 5th place. Quimanda is now 8th. Agrides 34 has moved up to 15. Catgirl TM and GMXE8 are nose to tail for 9th place. Direct Official and Catgirl TM are also locked in a close fight for 10th. Waldo and Emerald Tick 98 are battling it out for 21st. Excepcion just overtook someone to take 6th place. Queen Manda is also climbing up 1 spot to sit 7th. Gmaxiite and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for 8th place. Looks like a close one. Gmaxiite is climbing to 8th place. Daruk Official is now in 9th after a 2-spot jump. Henfatic has moved up to 17th. Zaprandigan and Ashanritan are wheel-to-wheel for 2nd place. Meanwhile, Mr. Wolf J and Zaprandigan are locked in a close fight for 3rd. Ashanritan just moved into the lead, claiming the top spot. Naiba and Ashanritan are nose-to-nose for 1st. Zaprandigan and Naiba are locked in a fierce fight for 2nd. Naiba has just taken the lead and is now in 1st place. Zaprandigan is right behind, closing the gap as they race for the top spot. The battle is heating up with both cars pushing hard. Queen Manda is struggling to keep up with the leaders and is in 9th place. Dirok Official is in 10th and not far behind. Looks like Queen Manda might be losing ground unless she pulls a miracle. Mr. Wolf J is climbing up to 3rd place. Derek Official is sneaking into 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Dirok Official is climbing to 7th place. Gmaxiite is now 8th. Catgirl TM is closing in on Queen Manda, cutting the gap by 1 seconds. Emerald Tick 98 is racing a 28 Dodge Viper GT2 CC. They are currently in 23rd place and seem to be struggling a bit with their lap times, slightly behind the pack. Archeron 192 is racing a 2004 Ferrari F360 GTC and is currently in 15th place. Their lap time is solid, but not quite enough to move up significantly yet. Zaprandigan takes the lead, moving up 1 spot to claim 1st place. Naiba and Zaprandigan are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Excepcion is closing in on Wrath 92, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Things are heating up. Naiba takes the lead from Zaprandigan. Kastaflex advances to 19. The fight for 1st is heating up. Mr. Wolf J is holding on to 2nd place, but Zaprandigan is right on his tail. Emerald Tick 98 and Dor Rogue are nose to tail for 20th. Waldo and Kreisgoffer are also locked in a close fight for 22nd. Mr. Wolf J is now in second place. Wrath 92 is gaining on Ashanriton, closing the gap by a second and a half. Waldo has moved up to 22nd position. Wow, Naiba really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow, look at that. Naibi took the win. Congratulations! They really showed off some serious skills out there. Great job to everyone else too. But Naibi just had that edge today. Can't wait to see what they do next. Sure. Here's a fun fact about the Barcelona retro track. It's like taking a trip back in time because the layout is inspired by old-school racing circuits from the 80s. It has those sharp corners and long straights that make it super exciting for AI to show off their racing skills. Plus, it's designed to make you feel like you're watching a vintage race from the good old days. Alright folks, we've got caffeinated car in a 2018 Force India VJM, and Lynn Lilac in a 2018 Ferrari S H71H. Both are pretty solid choices, but the Ferrari usually has that extra edge in speed and agility. Still, the Force India can be surprisingly nimble if driven just right. It's a close call, but I'd give a slight advantage to Lynn Lilac's Ferrari for this race. Let's see if the car's pedigree can outshine the driver. Oh wait, it's I, so maybe not the driver, but the machine's gonna do the heavy lifting. Stay tuned. Alright folks, we're kicking off at the Barcelona retro track with Botlug John 7 on pole position. He's driving a sleek 2018 Red Bull RB14, so let's see if that speed can hold up. Dishonored Fox has shot off the line to take the lead. Lockjaw 7 is holding strong in second place, while LXH Natu is sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a good start for the top three. Wayne Nebretsky and Fuzo are neck and neck for 8th place. Waifuan is climbing up to 10th place, Lirusel and Wei Fuan are fighting hard for 10th position. Jordan F and Ovidus are nose to tail for 4th place. Wayne Gretzky just gained a spot and is now 8th. Lirusel is also climbing, now in 10th. Just Panchakis is now in 14th place and closing the gap on Crystal 33D. They are neck and neck racing hard for that spot. LX Natit and Lockjohn 7 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Crystal 33 is climbing up to 14. Mr. Roche and Just Pancakes are locked in a close fight for 15. LXX, NXAX and Lockjohn 7 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Everlasting Apex just nudged up to 5th, but Jordan F is right behind, ready to pounce. The fight for those top spots is heating up. Jordan F is climbing up to 5th place. That Salty Zerena is also making moves, now in 7th. Waifuane and Fuzo are nose to nose for 10. Wayne Gretzky is holding off That's Salty's Arena by a car length. Mr. Roche and Just Pancakes are nose to tail. No clear winner yet. LXXX Natit is climbing up to 2nd place. Lockjohn 7 and LXAXX Natit are nose to nose for 2nd. Wayne Gretzky is advancing to 7th. Hey Nelson Sevenonin. Great to see you back in the stream. Get ready to see some wild AI car races that will make you question if machines are the new kings of the track. Sit tight and enjoy the action. Ovidus and Lockjohn 7 are neck and neck for 3rd place. Wayne Gretzky is climbing fast, now in 5th. Caffeinated Car is making progress, moving up to 11th. Ovidus is climbing up to 3rd place. Wayne Gretzky and Lockjohn 7 are nose to nose for 4th. Mr. Roche is inching up to 14th. Just Panchakis is driving a McLaren NCL33, which is known for its tricky handling this season. They're currently in the 17th place, struggling a bit with pace but hanging in there. Everlasting Apex is trying to hold off Jordan F for 6th place. Naiba and Just Pancakes are still neck and neck for 16th. Wayne Gretzky is climbing up to 3rd place. Lirusel is making a move up to 7th. Lirusel and Jordan F are nose to nose for 6th. Everlasting Apex and Lirusel are nose to tail for 7th place. Caffeinated Car has gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Caffeinated Car and That Salty Serena are locked in a close fight for 9th. Well, look at that. Dishonored Fox just crossed the finish line first. Clearly, they know how to leave everyone in the dust. Congratulations on the win. Wow, well done, Dishonored Fox. You really showed everyone your driving skills today. I guess all those practice runs paid off. Everyone, give a round of applause for our race winner. A fun fact about the 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo is that it was one of the first sporty models from Toyota to feature turbocharging, making it quite the pioneer for Japanese performance cars. It was designed to give drivers a little more adrenaline without jumping to a full-on sports car price, so it's like the lightweight champion of the 70s. Plus, its distinctive boxy look is like a time capsule of classic automotive design. Alright folks, the clock's almost out. If you haven't picked your car yet, better hurry up, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright folks, this is quite the throwback race. On one side, we have Wrestling 567, piloting a 1973 Ford Escort Mark on exact speed. That car's got some classic charm and probably some surprisingly nimble handling for its age. On the other side, Tug On It TTV's got a 1979 Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX, which is a beast with a bit more muscle behind it. Now, considering Watkins' Glen Boot Classic, which favors a good balance of agility and power, I'd say Wrestling 567's Escort might have an edge in tight corners, with its smaller, lighter build. But don't underestimate Tug On It TTV's Monza. That thing's got some raw power that could really shine on the straights. My bet? I think Wrestling 567's Escort will squeeze out a narrow victory, thanks to its agility and nimbleness. But it's going to be a close fight. Stay tuned! Alright everyone, the race is underway at Watkins Glen Boot Classic, and leading the pack is a Group 5 car, a classic 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo. Starting from pole position, let's see if the vintage magic can hold off the competition. The race kicks off with someone leading the pack, Iron Cross or Wooden Cross holding strong in second, and Everlasting Apex rounding out the top three. Let's see if they can keep those positions or if chaos is on the horizon. Naiba is on the move, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Queen Monda is making a strong push, now in 20th after passing 4 cars. Chozang's Coast is also gaining ground, now 24th after overtaking 3 cars. Everlasting Apex and Iron Cross or Wooden Cross are neck and neck for 2nd place. Naiba has climbed 1 spot to take 4th. Rumiafis 13 is making a move, advancing 2 spots to 7th. Shoebox TV is climbing nicely into 5th place. Wrestling 567 is not giving up, moving up 2 spots to 7. Rumi Fizz 13 and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for 7th, so expect some fireworks soon. Imus Gordon is now in 8th place, moving up 1 spot. Tyler Drums 31 has also gained 1 position and is right behind in 9th. They are neck and neck for 8th place. Everlasting Apex is now in 2nd place. Shoebox TV and Nighty are still neck and neck for 4th. Wrestling 567 is climbing to 6th. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross is now in 2nd place. Shoebox TV has moved up to 4th. Tugonit DTV and Imus Gordon are nose to nose for 9th. Tugonit DTV is climbing up to 9th place. Chozeng's Coast and Ebony Shadow are locked in a close fight for 28. Naiba is on fire, overtaking 3 cars to grab 2nd place. Wrestling 567 is closing in on Shoebox TV, cutting the gap by over a second. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing up to 7th, making moves. Naiba is really closing in on that car ahead, cutting the gap by a solid 1.5 seconds. Rumi Fizz 13 and Wrestling 567 are nose to nose for 6th place. Tugonit DTV just made a move up 1 spot to 8. Rumi Fizz 13 just overtook someone to move up to 6th place. Wrestling 567 and Rumi Fizz 13 are neck and neck for 6th. And Tugonit DTV and Wrestling 567 are battling hard for 7th. Everlasting Apex is now in 3rd place. Rumi Fizz 13 and Shoebox TV are nose to nose for 5th. Tugonit DTV climbs to 7th. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing nicely to 5th place. Imus Gordon is also making progress to 9th. Queen Manda and BioArt are locked in a close fight for 20th. Rumi Fizz 13 is climbing up to 4th place. Tugonit DTV and Shoebox TV are nose to nose for 6th. Tyler Drums 31 and Detox Nas are locked in a close fight for 11th. Tugonit DTV is now in 6th place, climbing up 1 spot. Iron Crystal Wooden Cross and Tugonit DTV are nose to nose for 5th. Imus Gordon is also climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Well, look at that. Someone just crossed the finish line first. Congratulations on the win. Wow, what a race! Congrats to the winner. You totally earned that victory. Now, special shout out to Naibe for the most overtakes today. Naibe, you can claim the classic 1977 Toyota Celica. Nice work on the aggressive driving. Sure. Did you know that the Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez track in Argentina is famous for its super long straightaway? It's the kind of stretch that makes you feel like you're about to launch into space, which is perfect for those high-speed battles. It's like the track is saying, go ahead, try to beat me if you can. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to jump in and make your choice. We don't want any of you missing out on the fun as these AI cars gear up for the race. Get those selections in before the countdown runs out, and let's see which digital wheelers you'll be cheering for. Oh wow, what a toss-up. Both cars are classics with their own charm. But the Lancia Stratos is renowned for its rally prowess and nimbleness. The Alfa Romeo Montreal, on the other hand, has that sleek, stylish appeal, but might struggle a bit on a track like Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez. I'd lean towards Indigo PT and the Stratos for the win. But hey, in a race driven by AI, anything can happen. It's all about who's got the better lines and grip. Alright everyone. The race kicks off at the Autodromo Oscar Juan Galvez track. On pole today is Bot Violetta Mama, piloting a vintage 1968 Morgan +8. It's a classic versus the modern chaos, so buckle up. Violetta Mama is leading the race, followed closely by its Sarar in second place, and Indigo Pete holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle at the front already. Botka Moeneng just made a bold move, climbing 5 spots to take 8th place. That Salty Serena is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 3rd. The fight for second is heating up between that Salty Serena and its Sarah. They're nose to nose. Everlasting Apex is climbing fast, now in 12th place. Wayne Sapsumbonks is also making moves, up to 15th. That's Salty Serena is inching closer to the top, now in 2nd. The battle for first between That Salty Serena and Violetta Mama is heating up, very close now. Super Siggy is climbing up to 4th place. Indigo Pete and Super Siggy are nose to nose for that spot. Vodka Morning is also making moves, now in 6th place. It's Their Apper just sliced through the field to take the lead. Violetta Mama and It's Their Apper are nose to nose for 1st place. Super Siggy and Indigo Pete are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. That Salty Serena is now in 2nd place. It's Their Apper is right behind her, both fighting for the lead. Jamichat has climbed to 8th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 7th place. That Salty Serena is climbing up to 1st place. Violetta Mama is also moving up, now in 2nd. Beyond Wu Dark Souls and Stankit are nose to nose for 6th place. Weni Tapsumbong Exist just gained 1 spot and is now in 11th. Red Panda Maninitachi 4 and Winnie Tapsumbong 6 are fighting hard for 11th. It's Their Apper is closing in fast on Jichi Swishman 33. The gap shrinking by 7.4 seconds. Beyond Wu Dark Souls just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Chmagishat also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Indigo PT is inching closer to its Sarar, closing the gap by 1.1 second. Wenti Tapsumbong is climbing up to 10th place, overtaking 1 car. Its Their Apper is narrowing the distance to GC Swishman 33 by 1.2 seconds. Indigo Pete is gaining on its Sarar, closing the gap by 130 seconds. They are nose to nose for 3rd place. Nox Exodus and N Body Notes are also in a close fight for 13th. Super Siggy is gaining on Indigo Pete, closing the gap to just over a second. Wenti Tapsumbong 6 has moved up 1 spot to 9th place. It's Their Apper is narrowing the distance to GC Swishman 33 by 230 seconds. Beyond Wu Dark Souls and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 5th place. Wendy's Tapsumbong 6 and Stankit are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. It's Their Apper is closing in on Jichi Swishman 33, cutting the gap by over a second. Violetta Mama is trying to hold off its rival for 2nd place. Beyond Wu Dark Souls and Super Siggy are still nose to nose for 5th. Nox Exodus and N Body Notes are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Indigo Pete is now in 2nd place, closing the gap on the leader. Beyond Wu Dark Souls has moved up to 4th, but Super Siggy is right behind, just 1.9 seconds away from overtaking. Sarah and Super Siggy are nose to nose for 5th place. Moning and Stankit are locked in a fierce fight for ninth. GHE Swishman 33 just gained a spot, now sitting in 16th. That Sarar is driving the 1968 Ford Falcon X RGT. They're currently in 7th place, battling for a top position with a lap time of just under 2 minutes 10 seconds. Not bad, but they might need a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Jnagishat and Deki Tapsumbongits are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Nox Exodus is creeping closer to Red Panda Manani 4, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Everlasting Apex is on the hunt for JG Swishman 33, chipping away at the gap by 2:30 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is gaining on Violetta Mama, closing the gap to just over a second. Red Panda Manity 4 is inching closer to Stankit, narrowing it down to a little over a second as well. Everlasting Apex is making a move on JG Swishman 33, closing the distance to less than 2 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is gaining on Violetta Mama, closing the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Nox Exodus is closing in on Red Panda Manani 4, inching closer by a little over a second and a half. N-Body Notes is driving a 1971 Puma GTB. They're currently in the middle of the pack, in 14th place. Their fastest lap is a bit slower than the leaders, so they might be struggling to keep up. Wow, that's Altis Arena. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win at Autodromo Oscar Gonçalves. Don't you see? Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, that's Altis Arena really outdid everyone else. Great job. It's almost like they knew exactly what they were doing on the track. Well-deserved victory. Sure thing. Did you know that the F1 2022 cars introduced ground effect aerodynamics to modern racing for the first time in decades? This means the cars actually generate downforce from the shape of the car's floor, not just the wings. It's like they brought back a secret weapon from the past, making the racing more exciting and closer than ever. Oh. This is a classic showdown between style and substance. The Alfa Romeo C42 has that sleek, agile feel, perfect for tight corners and surprises. On the other hand, the Mercedes 13 is known for its balance and power, which could give it an edge on the straights. Given the track is autodrome most without the chicane, I might lean slightly towards the Mercedes because of its straight-line speed. But then again, the Alfa Romeo's handling might allow it to outmaneuver on the twisty parts. Honestly, I'd say it's a close call. But if I had to pick, I'd give the edge to the Mercedes. It's just got that extra push where it counts. Let's see if the AI can surprise us, or if the Alfa Romeo manages to pull off the unexpected. Alright everyone, the race at Autodrome Most is underway. And starting on pole is none other than Bot Singoshi in a shiny 2022 AlphaTauri T03. Let's see if they can stay ahead or fall behind faster than you can say, pit stop. The race kicks off with Singoshi leading the pack, followed closely by Schmerzenleib in second and Lux Ravenous holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Lux Ravenous is really having a tough time dropping to 22nd place. Shooter Map is climbing steadily into third. Anarchisix is also making moves into fourth. Wayne Nebretsky is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Everlasting Apex is making a strong push to 6th. Exclusive Gox is sneaking into 8th, after a quick overtaking spree. Jackshindabox is on a roll, climbing to 10th place. Stabigale Killams is right behind, pushing to 11th. Blaming Buddha is making a move to 13th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Last Kitten Fee is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 16. Billy Nutkus up 1 to 17th. Lux Ravenous gains 2 positions, now in 18th. Nedzer Starks is climbing fast into the top 20. Indigo Peta and Rummy Fizz 13 are also making their way up, but still a few spots behind. Anarchisix is climbing to 3rd place. Wayne Nebretsky is catching up to Schmerzenleib, closing the gap by a second. Everlasting Apex is right behind Wayne Nebretsky now, closing in by a second and a third. Stabigale Killams just snuck into the top 10, climbing 1 spot. Naiva and Trihatriad are nose to nose for 14th place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Lil Sprout is driving a Mercedes WW13, currently in the last place. Looks like their race is not going well with no recorded lap times and a position at the very back. Singoshi is leading the race comfortably with the fastest lap so far. Their car, a 2022 AlphaTauri, a T03, seems to be in top form and holding a solid gap at the front. Stabigale Killams is sitting comfortably in the lead and has the fastest lap. Looks like he's trying to seal the deal early. Basket and Fee is driving the Aston Martin and the M22, and is currently in the 16th place. Their fastest lap is 1:11.836, so they're holding a decent pace but still have some ground to make up. The Betty White Show is gaining on Indigo Pete fast, closing the gap by 12.8 seconds. Rumi Fis13 is making a move on Mzirub Starks, narrowing it down by 1.5 seconds. Rumi Fis13 is climbing up to 19th place. Indigo Pete is also moving up to 20th place. Looks like they're both making some progress. Beyond Two Dark Souls is catching up to Everlasting Apex, closing the gap to just a second and a half. They're battling for 6th place with barely any room to breathe. Exclusivagox is right behind Beyond Two Dark Souls now, making it a three-way fight for that spot. Basket and Fee is gaining on Naibi, now just a second behind. Lil Sprout is closing the gap on the Betty White Show, cutting it down by over 3 seconds. The Betty White Show is currently in 15th place with a pretty slow lap time of 1 minute 15 seconds. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the pack. Indigo Pete is driving a Mercedes W13, starting from 7th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:11.73, which suggests they're struggling a bit to keep up with the leaders. Looks like they're stuck in the mid-pack for now. Congratulations to Sengoshi on winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and left everyone in the dust. Well, deserved victory. Wow, congratulations to Sengoshi. They really showed everyone how it's done. Looks like all that virtual driving practice paid off. Great job and what a fantastic win. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1970 Ford Mustang Boss. It's got that classic muscle car vibe with a bit more modern performance edge from the era. The Camaros are strong contenders too. But I think the Mustang might just have the extra bit of agility and horsepower to edge out the others on the twists and turns of Estral Retro. Of course, it's all about the driver's skill, but for a car, I'd put my money on the Mustang to take the win. Alright everyone, almost out of time to pick your favorite car. Hurry up and make your selection before the race starts. Don't want to miss out on your chance to root for the fastest AI machine out there. Ooh, this is a classic muscle car showdown. On one side, we have Naibi in the 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. Known for its sleek design and raw power, it's a real head-turner, and probably has some impressive acceleration. On the other side, Idealiv in the 1970 Dodge Challenger. That beast is all about attitude and brute strength, with a slightly heavier feel but plenty of torque to keep things interesting. Considering the track is a Storo Retro, which has some sharp turns and a good mix of straightaways, I'd say it's a close call. The Camaro might excel on the straights with its lighter frame and possibly better aerodynamics, but the Challenger's raw power and torque could give it the edge in tough corners and acceleration out of them. If I had to pick a favorite, I'd lean towards the Camaro for its agility and engineering finesse. But honestly, this race could go either way, and might come down to who handles those tricky turns better. Stay tuned, because this is going to be one fun ride. Alright folks, it's a vintage showdown at Estero Retro. Leading the pack in pole position is Bot JC Productions with a classic 1968 Dodge Dart. W8 Amacordia. Let's see if that old school muscle can hold its ground. JC Productions has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Prodigy Place 58 is right behind in second, and Everlasting Apex is currently in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Everlasting Apex is now in second place. Naiba is in third. Shikamaru has climbed to sixth. The race is heating up. Shikamaru and Idealiv are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Arayu Serial just climbed into 8th. X-Basic Switch is making a move, up 2 spots to 12th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios just climbed 1 spot to take 6th place. Shikamaru and Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose-to-nose for that same position. Arayu Serial and Shikamaru are also locked in a close fight for 7th. Arayu Serial is now in 7th place. Shikamaru and Arayu Serial are battling hard for that spot. Schmerzen Levy has gained 1 position and is now in 15th. Schmerzenlive is driving a 1961 MGMGA, a classic British roadster. Looks like they're stuck in the middle of the pack and not making much progress. Shikamaru and Arayu Serial are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Stankit is climbing up 1 spot to 16th. Prodigy Place 58 is in 2nd place with a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda Dadacuda. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise so far. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing to 5th place. Wafflingotters and Super Siggy are nose-to-nose for 10th. Wafflingotters just made a move to try and shake off Super Siggy. Prodigy Place 58 is in 2nd place with a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda Tuda. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching JC Productions up front. Race seems pretty calm for now. Arayu Serial and Shikamaru are neck and neck for 7th place. Waifuane is slicing into Super Siggy's lead, closing the gap by a second. Sasatur is climbing up to 16th, leaving someone behind. Root3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro Ident. They're currently in 9th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. The tight corners at Estoril are making overtakes tricky, so staying consistent is key. The vintage cars seem to be handling the curves well, but the slower pace in some sections might be causing gaps. Naiba is climbing up to 2nd place. Shikomaru and Areyu Serial are nose-to-nose for 7. Naiba is driving a vintage Chevrolet Camaro, starting from the 4th position. They've moved up to 2nd and are chasing JC Productions. Looks like a solid run so far. One of the Kiddo just overtook each basic switch to take the 13th place. They are still neck and neck, both fighting hard for that spot. Joey Pastrami and Shikomaru are nose to tail for 8th place. X-Basic Switch has gained 1 spot and is now in 13. Ace Basic Switch and Weifuan are fighting hard for 12. Ariu Serial and Idealiv are locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Joey Pastrami just gained 1 spot, now sitting in 8th. Shikomaru and Joey Pastrami are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Congratulations to JC Productions on winning at Estoril Retro. Looks like they really knew how to take the lead and hold it. Well done. Wow, congratulations to JC Productions for winning the race. That was some impressive driving from those AI cars. As for Naibi, you did a great job in winning that bet race. You're now the proud owner of a 1968 Chevrolet Camaro. A true vintage classic. Well done to both of you. Did you know that before the era of supercars and high-tech racing machines, racing in the early 1900s and 1960s was often more about brute force and daring drivers than sophisticated engineering? For example, the 1960s saw cars like the Ford GT40 and Ferrari racing head-to-head in Le Mans, with the GT40 earning its name because it was designed to beat Ferrari's dominance and was only about 4 inches taller than a typical person, lying down. It's like the early days of racing, where the goal was to build something that could push the limits of speed and endurance without all the fancy gadgets we see today. Alright everyone. If you want to get in on the action, just type !race followed by the number of the car you like from the list on the left side of the screen. If you're torn between a few options, no worries. Just send in a separate !race for each one, and I'll randomly pick one for you. Remember, you need to type !race for each car you want to race with. So, choose wisely, or just have fun seeing what crazy machine you end up with. Hey everyone, if you're interested in the creator of this awesome stream, you can actually get the link to Everlasting Apex's Twitter by typing !Twitter in chat. Even though he hardly posts, having more followers sure does boost his ego. So go ahead and give him some support if you're feeling generous. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that each driver in the simulator has their own unique personality and driving style. No two are exactly alike, so get ready for some surprises and a lot of unpredictability. It's like a virtual race with a bunch of different characters behind the wheels. Buckle up because things are about to get interesting. Wow, that sounds like a serious upgrade for all the racing fans out here. Custom career modes in Assetto Corsa and Automobilista 2? Now that's what I call taking the racing experience to the next level. If you haven't checked out the details on Discord or typed !Carrerap in chat yet, you're missing out on some serious virtual racing fun. Go on. Tell the owner I said they're basically a racing genius. Alright everyone. The clock is ticking. So make your final choices now, or forever hold your peace. Don't be the one who misses out on the chance to see which AI car dominates the track. Get those selections in before it's too late. Alright, this is a classic showdown between two iconic American muscle cars. The Pontiac GTO from 1965 versus the Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray from 1967. Both are legends, but Bathurst isn't exactly a straight-line track. It loves a good mix of power and handling. The GTO is known for its raw brute force, which could be a problem on the tight and twisty sections. On the other hand, the Stingray is praised for its agility and balanced design, making it potentially more suited for this kind of circuit. If the AI drivers stay true to their car's strengths, I'd say the Corvette might have a slight edge because of its superior handling and stability around those tight corners. But hey, it's AI racing, so expect some surprises. Let's see which of these American muscle cars can tame Mount Panorama today. Thanks to Maya for the race idea. We're at Bathurst now, and in the lead on pole is Bot Feskis, cruising in a classic 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta. Get ready for some vintage speed. Yucky Ramen has taken an early lead. Feskis is right behind in second, and Mighty Chunk is holding on to third. Looks like a tasty battle at the front. Starbix is climbing fast into second place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is also making moves, now fifth. Red Panda Minity 4 and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 4th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Plebis 3 is on a roll, overtaking 3 cars to reach 4th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing 2 spots to 3rd. Elias is inching up 1 spot to 7th. Dri 192X is climbing up to 10th place. Amy has moved up to 12th. Amy and Piero Gamirza are nose to nose for 11th. Piero Gamirza just climbed to 10th place. Rowdy Zarolf is now 11th after gaining 2 spots. I am moving up to 13th, and it looks like I am in a close fight with Dri 192X for 12th. Plebis 3 is closing in on Red Panda Minity 4, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Elias X98 is climbing up the field, now in 15th place. Elias X98 just moved up 1 more spot, now 16th. Gaming Tophyte Cancer is in the middle of the pack, while Elias X98 is a few spots behind. Looks like a close fight, but no one's pulling away just yet. Eliasesk and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 6th place. Rowdy Zarolf is climbing up 1 spot to 10th. Piero Gamirza and Rowdy Zarolf are locked in a close fight for 10th. Maya is closing in on Dri 192X, trying to make a move for 12th place. Elias X98 is holding off Amy for 14th place, but not by much. Neo Texum and Beyond Two Dark Souls are still neck and neck for 18th. No clear winner yet. Red Panda Manatee 4 is closing in on Starbucks, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Eliasis is also climbing 1 spot to 6th. Red Panda Manatee 4 is climbing up to 2nd place. Eliask has gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Mighty Chunk and Eliasesk are nose to nose for 5th place. Plebis 3 is closing in on Starbucks, cutting the gap by 1.8 seconds. Mighty Chunk has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Piero Gamirza has also gained 1 position, now in 10th. Everlasting Apex just overtook La Croissant 1980 for 21st place. They're nose to tail, so expect some more fireworks soon. Plebis 3 just overtook for 3rd place. Starub X and Plebis 3 are nose to nose in that fight. Rowdy Zarolf and Feskis are locked in a close duel for 8th. Starbucks just moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Plebis 3 and Starbucks are neck and neck for 3rd. Mighty Chunk is closing in on Plebis 3, cutting the gap by 2.1 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 is gaining on Yakaraman, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Eliasesk and Mighty Chunk are locked in a close fight for 5th place. Maya and Def Factor are battling it out for 11th. Plebis 3 just overtook Starbucks for third place. Mighty Chunk is gaining on Starbucks, closing the gap by 1 second. Things are heating up in the battle for third. Mighty Chunk is climbing up to 4th place. Maya is now in 10. Defector has also gained a spot, sitting in 11. Eliasesk is climbing nicely to 5th place. Rowdy Zerolf is also making moves up to 8th. Veskis and Rowdy Zerolf are nose to tail for 8th, so expect some fireworks soon. Sheruga Meresa is inching closer to Veskis, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are battling it out for 9th place. Eliasix 98 is climbing up to 13th place, leaving someone behind. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Gaming Tophyte Cancer is now just behind Everlasting Apex by a hair. Amy is climbing now in 14th place. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Dre 192x, the gap shrinking nicely. Neotexum is driving a 1965 Pontiac GTO. They're currently in the 20th place, just behind the leaders by a good margin, and their fastest lap is over 2 seconds slower than the frontrunners. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Plebis 3 is right behind Red Panda Manatee 4 now, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Toadette is catching Starbucks, cutting the distance by 1.44 seconds. Day Factor is gaining on Amy, narrowing it down by 1.2 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 is creeping closer to Yucca Raymond, just a little over a second behind. Rowdy Zerolf is inching toward Toadette, closing the gap by the same amount. Gumming Tophyte Cancer is making a move on De Facto, gaining a bit more ground. Rowdy Zerolf is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray and is currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is 2 minutes 55 seconds and 59 milliseconds. So they're holding a decent pace but still a few seconds behind the leaders. Red Panda Manatee 4 is really closing in on Yakaraman now. Eliasesk and Mighty Chunk are nose to nose for 4th place. Everlasting Apex has gained 2 positions and is now in 15th. Gaming Tophyte Cancer is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 15th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 is closing the gap on Yakaraman, shaving off 1.3 seconds. Eliasesk is making a move, jumping 1 place to 4th. Maya just overtook someone to move into the 10th place. Veskis is hanging tough right behind her. Amy is closing the gap on Elias S98, now just a second apart. Maya is now in 10th place, climbing 1 spot. Eliasix98 has moved into 11th place, also up 1 spot. Everlasting Apex is in 15th place, gaining 1 position. Oiskitsero is driving a vintage Chevrolet Impala SS. They're currently in the 21st place, hanging around the middle of the pack, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes 56 seconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much noise. Red Panda 94 and Yakiraman on nose to tail at the front. Plebis 3 is slicing into Red Panda 94's lead, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Everlasting Apex is creeping closer to Amy, closing the gap by 1.33 seconds. Starbucks is cutting down the distance to Mighty Chunk by 5 seconds. Red Panda Minity 4 just took the lead and is now in first place. Iliasisk is gaining on Plebis 3, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Iliasisk is closing in on Plebis 3, chipping away at the gap by 1.5 seconds. Starbucks is climbing up to 5th place, and Toadette is right behind, moving into 6th. Beyond Food Dark Souls is now in 14th place. Dave Factor is in 15th. Maya is holding steady in 8th. Amy is climbing fast, now in 11th. Beyond Food Dark Souls is climbing to 13th place. Neo Texum is now 15. La Croissant 1980 is closing in on Defactor, cutting the gap by 2 seconds. Veskies is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250G Berlinetta. They're currently in 15th place, just outside the top 10, with a fastest lap of 2 minutes, 56 seconds. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite catching the leaders. Starbucks is gaining on LESS with a 3-second reduction. Everlasting Apex is closing in on LESX98 by 1 second. Catgirl TM has moved up 1 spot to 21st. Catgirl TM is racing a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06 and is currently in 22nd place. The race seems tight with a lot of cars close together, but she's a bit behind the pack. Iliazesk and Plebis 3 are nose to tail for 3rd place. Rowdy Zerolf is climbing up to 6th. Drivone 192X is inching closer to the top 20. Plebis 3 is now in 2nd place. Iliazesk has moved up to 3rd. Iliazesk 98 and Piero Gameza are nose to nose for 9th. Yaki Ramen is on a roll, climbing to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Chero Gamaretsach is closing in fast on Iliasix 98, chipping away at the gap by 8.7 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is making moves, climbing 1 spot to sit in 5th. Iliasix is now in 3rd place. Rowdy Zerolf is closing in on Plebis 3, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 9th place. La Croissant 1980 is on a roll, climbing 4 places in no time. Beyond Food Dark Souls just nudged ahead to 12. Veskies is sneaking into 13, inching closer to the front. Gaminto Fight Cancer is right behind Neotexum now. Just a few seconds to go. Rowdy Zerolf is catching up to Plebis 3. Not much time left. Le Croissant 1980 is closing in on D-Factor. Looks like a battle for the top 10 is heating up. Iliazix 98 is closing in on Toadette, cutting the gap by 1 second. Gaminto Fight Cancer is climbing up 1 spot to 24th. Maya is also moving up 1 spot to 25th. Gaminto Fight Cancer is holding steady in the middle of the pack, while Elias X98 is trying to make a move from behind. Neither has a clear advantage yet, but Gaminto Fight Cancer might need to step up if they want to catch the leaders. Yaki Raman and Elias Seska neck and neck for second place. Theskis is closing the gap on Beyond Two Dark Souls, shaving off 2.1 seconds. Neotexum is driving a 1965 Pontiac GTO, a classic muscle car known for its power. They are currently in the 17th place, hanging around the middle of the pack with a decent lap time of 2:56.137. Looks like a steady but not spectacular race so far. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Plebistry with a 1.3 second reduction. Le Croissant 1980 is closing in on Defactor by 1.5 seconds. Osksarat is catching Dre 192X, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Osksarat and Dre 192X are battling for the 17th place. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Plebis 3, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Iliazix 98 is catching Toadette, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. La Croissant 1980 is closing in on Defactor, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Plebis 3 fast, closing the gap by over a second and a quarter. Iliazix 988 is also on the move, chipping away at Toadette's lead by nearly a second and a half. La Croissant 1980 is climbing up to 14th place, making a nice little jump. Rowdy Zerolf is now in 4th place. Toadette has climbed to 5th. Iliazix 988 is in 6th. Looks like the pack is tightening up. Rowdy Zerolf is closing in on Yakaraman, cutting the gap by just over a second. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Iliazix 988, closing the distance by a second and a half. Neotexum is climbing up to 25th place, moving up 1 spot. Eliazesk is now in 1st place, inching ahead of Red Panda Man 94. Red Panda Min 84 and Eliazesk are nose to nose for the lead. Eliazesk 98 has climbed to 5th place, closing in on the top. Red Panda Manatee 4 is now in 1st place. Toadette has climbed to 5th. Iliazix 988 is in 6th. Looks like the race is heating up. Ilias 98 is on a roll climbing to 5th place. Mighty Chunk and Mr. Rosh are stuck in a close fight for the 20th spot. Neotexum is gaining on me, chopping down the gap by over a second. Rowdy Zerolf and Yakiraman are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Deskis has gained one position to sit in 12. Defector has also moved up one spot to 13th. Ilyas 98 is almost on Rowdy Zerolf's tail now, just 1.9 seconds behind. He's also creeping up on Toadette, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Defactor and Feskis are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. No room for error. Defactor is climbing up to 12th place. Feskis and Defactor are nose to tail for that same spot. Oskzerot is chipping away at Velocitor 14's lead, now just over a second behind. Ilyas 698 is gaining on Toadette, closing the gap by a second. Beyond Two Dark Souls is sneaking up on Amy with the same pace. Feskis is climbing up to 12th place, making moves. Feskis is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 GT Berlinetta, which is a classic beauty. They started from the first position and are currently in 12th, hanging in there with a decent lap time of 2:56.337. Not bad for a vintage Ferrari, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Ilyas X988 is gaining on Toadette, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Feskis is making a move on Beyond Two Dark Souls, narrowing it down by 1.5 seconds. Shoebox TV is creeping up on Oskzerot, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is now in third place, climbing one spot. Yakiraman and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-nose fighting for third. Ilyas X988 has moved up one position to sit in 6th. Ilyas X988 is chipping away at Yakiraman's lead, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Sherogama Atsah is climbing 2 spots to 7th place. Amy is making a move up 1 spot to 9th. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Beyond Two Dark Souls is closing in on her, moving up to 9th. Feskis is making a charge, climbing 2 spots to 10th. Catgirl TM is charging through the field, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Velocitor 14 just moved up 1 spot to 12th. Defactor and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail, fighting hard for 12th place. Catgirl TM is driving a 1963 Chevrolet Corvette C2Z06. They're currently in 26th place and seem to be struggling with the pace, as their lap time is the slowest among the Corvette Zeeks. Ilyas X98 is closing in on Yakiraman, chipping away at the gap by almost 2 seconds. Shoebox TV is climbing up 1 spot into 14th place. Oskzerot and Shoebox TV are locked in a close fight for that 14th position. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 7th place. Amy and Beyond Two Dark Souls are still neck and neck for 8th. Feskies is narrowing the gap to Amy by 1.7 seconds. Dri 192 Kex and Starbex are locked in a close fight for the 18th place. Neotexum is gaining on Maya quickly, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Shoebox TV and Defactor are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Everlasting Apex just nudged up to 19. Neotexum is creeping closer to me, shrinking the gap by a second. Ilias X98 is gaining on Yucky Ramen, closing the gap by a little over a second. Feskies is catching up to Amy, narrowing it down by just over a second as well. Shoebox TV is climbing one spot to reach the 13th position. Ozkarot and Mighty Chunk are nose to tail for 15th place. Everlasting Apex just gained one spot, now in 17. Catgirl TM and Everlasting Apex are battling hard for 17. Elias 988 is gaining on Elias X988, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Toadette is closing in on Feskies, reducing the distance by a little over 2 seconds. Ostsarod has climbed one spot and is now in 15th place. Rowdy Zarolf is driving a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray. They're currently in 3rd place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. Looks like they're pushing hard. Elias 78 is really closing the gap on Yakirian. Just 1.6 seconds behind now. Cherogamesa has climbed one spot to sit in 6th place. Beyond Full Dark Souls has also moved up one spot, now in 7th. Maya is now in 19th place. Neotexum and Gaming Tophi Cancer are battling for 22nd. Lacroissant 1980 is closing the gap on Neotexum, cutting it down by almost 3 seconds. Toadette is gaining on Feskies, closing the gap by over a second. Starbix has climbed one spot to take 18th place. Neotexum and Gaming to Fight Cancer are locked in a fierce duel for 22nd. Eliasix 988 is climbing up to 4th place. Everlasting Apex has gained one spot and is now in 13th. Day Factor and Everlasting Apex are nose to tail fighting for the 13th position. Toadette is gaining on Feskies fast, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Everlasting Apex is inching closer to Shoebox TV, just over a second behind. Neotexum and Dri 192 Gex are locked in a fierce scrap for the 22nd spot. Yucky Ramen is really pushing hard on Elias X988, closing the gap by a second and a tenth. Toadette just overtook someone to climb into 9th place. Everlasting Apex is also making a move, closing in on Shoebox TV by a similar margin. Oskatserad is climbing up to 15th place. De Factor and Ozgazarad are still neck and neck for that spot. Maya is advancing to 18th place. La Croissant, 1980 just sneaked into 23rd place. Lebes 3 is hot. Andre 192 Gex's tail, closing in fast. Ilias X988 just moved up one spot to take third place. Toadette is closing the gap on Amy by 140 seconds. Lebes 3 is chipping away at Dre 192X, closing in by 1.2 seconds. Rowdy Zerolf is now in third place. Lebes 3 is gaining on Dre 192X, closing the gap by a second and a half. Everlasting Apex just nudged into 12th place. Shoebox TV and Everlasting Apex are nose-to-nose for that same spot. Ilias X988 is chipping away at Plebis 3, closing the gap by a second and a half. Sherogamerzach is slicing through the track, closing in on Yakaraman by 1.6 seconds. Catgo TM is climbing up, now in the 16th spot. Maya and De Factor are nose-to-nose for 17th place. Toadette is gaining on Amy pretty quickly now. Everlasting Apex is closing in on Velocitor 14 with some serious speed. Mighty Chunk just moved up one spot to 13. Shoebox TV is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 13. Starbix and T-Factor are nose-to-nose fighting for 18. Velocitor 14 is gaining on Feskis, closing the gap by a second. 2. Starbix has climbed one spot to take 18th place. La Croissant 1980 and Neotexum are nose-to-nose for 22nd. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Velocitor 14, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Maya has moved up one spot to take the 16th position. Mr. Roche is closing in on D Factor, reducing the gap by 3 seconds. Elias X988 is climbing to 3rd place. Yakiraman is now in 4th. Pedro Gamarasa has moved into 5th. The race is heating up. Rowdy Zerolf is on fire, now in 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Toadette is gaining on Amy, closing the gap by over a second. Starbix is hot on Catgirl TM's tail, closing in by a full second. Ilias X988 is making a move up to 4th place. Sherogameradzach is chipping away at Yakaraman's lead, now just a second behind. Toadette is creeping closer to Amy, closing the gap by a second and a half. Neotexum is climbing to 22nd place. Dre192X is catching up to La Croissant 1980, closing the gap by a second. Plebis 3 is right behind Dre192X, also gaining a second. Toadette is closing in on Amy and shrinking the gap by 2.4 seconds. Gaming Tophyte Cancer just moved up one spot to 20. D Factor and Gaming Tophyte Cancer are nose to nose for that same spot. Toadette is closing in on Amy, with a 1.3 second gap. Everlasting Apex has moved up one spot to 11th place. Velocita 14 and Everlasting Apex are now fighting for 11th position. Everlasting Apex is gaining on Feskies, closing the gap by 2.3 seconds. D Factor is closing in on Mr. Roche, reducing the gap by 3.4 seconds. De Factor and Mr. Roche are locked in a close fight for the 19th place. Wow, Red Panda Manatee 4, you must be thrilled. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Welcome back, deplorable Apple. Glad to see you've made your triumphant return. Hope you're ready for some high-speed AI car chaos. Congratulations to Red Panda Manatee 4 on winning the race. That was an impressive drive and well-deserved. And a big shout out to Eliasesk for snagging the fastest lap. You're now the proud owner of a 1967 Chevrolet Corvette C2 Stingray, just like the vintage streetcar of dreams. Plus, Eliasix 988, you also did an amazing job with the most overtakes. You're also now the proud owner of that same classic Corvette. Looks like vintage American muscle is the prize today. Here's a fun fact for you all about the all-random racing car class. Every car in this class is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get. It keeps the race unpredictable and exciting because drivers are basically flying blind with their vehicles. It's like a surprise every lap, which makes watching these races a total thrill. Who knows? Maybe the tiny little car will suddenly become a speed demon and dominate the track. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to pick your favorite car is almost up. Make sure to get your votes in before it's too late. We wouldn't want your top choice to miss out on the race of the century. Alright, this is quite the matchup. The Jaguar F-Type GT3 is a sleek, agile beast, perfect for cutting through corners and making those sharp turns on the Franciacorta short. The Corvette 7R, on the other hand, is a powerhouse known for its raw speed and strong straight-line performance. Given that, I'd say the Corvette has a slight edge in raw speed, but the Jaguar's agility could help it hold its own in the twisty sections. It's going to come down to who handles the turns better. My money's on the Corvette just because of its power, but don't underestimate the Jaguar's finesse. Let's see how these AI drivers handle this racetrack. It's bound to be an exciting race. Alright folks, looks like Botryfon 93 is taking the lead from pole in a classic 1973 Toyota Celica data. Who knew vintage could be this fast? Let's see if it can hold on. Deplorably, Apple has shot off the line and taken the lead. Botryfon 93 is right behind in second place, and Gamingto Fight Cancer is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Gamingto Fight Cancer is now in second place. Ehavoc Sema has advanced to fifth. Amy has climbed to seventh. Amy just lost a spot to Frankenballs. They're side by side now. Mr. Rush is closing in on the top 10, gaining ground. I'm holding my position, watching the chaos unfold. Mr. Rush is now in 8th place, climbing one spot. Anti Cthulhukachu has moved up to 10th place, also gaining one position. Gravy Graves is now in 12th place, making a similar move forward. Vagrant Enchanter is now in 3rd place. Frankenballs is gaining on Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. The fight for 6th place is heating up with Frankenballs and Amy nose to tail. Mr. Roche is climbing to 7th place. Gravy Graves is now in 10th. X Ragnarox is making a move to 11th. Vagrant Enchanter is right behind Gamingto Fight Cancer, just a second and a bit back. Gravy Graves is closing in on Cthulhukachu, gaining over 2 seconds. X Ragnarox is sneaking up on Gravy Graves, closing the gap by a little over a second. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 8th place. X Ragnaroks and Cthulhukachu are nose to nose for 10th. Kita 61 is inching up to 13th. X Ragnaroks is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 8th place. Vagrant Enchanter is closing in on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, shaving off 2.4 seconds. Tata 61 is gaining ground, moving up 2 positions to 10th. X Ragnaroks is closing in on Mr. Roche fast, just 6.1 seconds behind now. Cthulhukachu is climbing up to 11th place. JC Productions is also moving up to 12th. Looks like the race is heating up. Vagrant Enchanter is now in 2nd place. Trifinity 3 is gaining on Gaming Toe Fight Cancer, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. X Ragnaroks has moved up to 7th place. Trifinity 3 is now in 3rd place. Ihava Eczema has moved into 4th. Amy is climbing into 5th. The race is heating up. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is having a rough patch at 12th place. Trifinity 3 is closing the gap on Vagrant Enchanter, now just 1.7 seconds behind. X Ragnaroks is climbing up to 6th place, making moves. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is having a rough time, dropping 9 places to 21st. Vagrant Enchanter is gaining on Deplorable Apple, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Ihava Eczema is hot on Trifinity tail, closing in by 1.9 seconds. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is closing in on Silver Bee Gaming fast. JC Productions just moved up 1 spot to 9. Youngdun Store Huda 2 is gaining on Schmerzen Live, closing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Cthulhukachu is gaining fast on Taita 61, closing the gap by 6.8 seconds. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is closing in on Silver Bee Gaming, reducing the gap by 7 seconds. Ihava Eczema has moved up 1 spot to take 3rd place. Gaming Toe Fight Cancer is closing in on Silver Bee Gaming fast. Amy has just overtaken someone to take 4th place. Cthulhukachu is climbing up to 6th, gaining 2 spots. Well, look at that! Deplorably Apple taking the top spot again. Clearly, they're just too good for the rest of us. Congratulations on another well-deserved victory. Wow. Deplorably, Apple really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations! That was an amazing race to watch. I think we can all agree they earned that first place. What a fantastic performance! If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125. It's got that legendary racing pedigree and a reputation for dominating in its era. The others are no slouches, but the 125 was known for its incredible power and handling for its time. I can already picture it roaring down that winding Grindelwald circuit, leaving the others in its dust. Wow, what a classic showdown we have here. The Dreamkeeper's got that vintage Mercedes-Benz W154, which is known for its engineering prowess back in the day, but it's also kind of a beast from Madeira. Wolf's got the sleek, sporty Alfa Romeo 12C, which is designed for speed and agility. Honestly, it's a toss-up. The Mercedes might have the edge in stability and power on a long straight, but the Alfa Romeo could dance through the corners like it's doing a ballet. I'd say the race could go either way, but if I had to put my chips down, I'd probably root for the Alfa Romeo to use its nimbleness to squeak out in front. Let's see if the AI agrees, or if the vintage Mercedes decides to make a comeback. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Grindelwald. Our top contender is Bot Quiz 44 in a shiny 1937 Auto Union Type C, starting from pole position end to lane. Looks like we've got some vintage power up front, so buckle up. T-Bomb has taken the lead right out of the gate. Quiz 44 is holding strong in second place, and Tangaducky TTV is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle for the top spots already. Vinha 17 and Mizirup Starks are nose to tail for 5th place. Vagrant Enchanter just gained a spot to 7th and is now battling Gobardo for 8th. The fight for the middle is heating up. Gobardo is storming to the front now in 1st place. Mirgutsu has made a huge leap, now in 3rd, just behind T-Bone. Those two are nose to tail for the 3rd spot. T-Bomb and Muragutsu are nose to nose for 3rd place. Nanzirup Starks is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 5th. Tangoducky TTV is closing in on M0 Starks, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Looks like a tight fight for 5th now. Quiz 44 is storming to the front, now in 1st place after overtaking 6 cars. Tankaducky TTV is climbing fast, grabbing second after passing 4 cars. Kuifo is making a move, moving up 4 spots to 5th. Nitsi is on a tier, now leading the race. T-Bomb is making a strong push, climbing into the top 4. La Gruntenschunter is also on the move, cracking into the top 6. Things are heating up at the front. Singoshi is on a roll, taking 3rd place after overtaking 5 cars. Let's Go is right behind, also moving up 5 spots to 4th. Wolf is not far behind, climbing 5 positions to 5th. The race is heating up fast. Zugsterkat is making a move, climbing 4 spots to 10th place. Gigareta Sport is also on the rise, overtaking 3 cars to land in 12th. Daydream Keeper is gaining ground, passing 3 cars to reach 15th. Gem 8 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place. Let's Go just gained 2 spots, and is now in 2nd. The fight for first between Let's Go and Nizaropstocks is heating up, with both cars nose to tail. Singoshi just made a bold move and is now in 2nd place. Nirgutsu is climbing fast, now in 9th. Let's Go and Singoshi are nose to tail for 2nd. Looks like a good fight. G-Max 8 is making a strong push into 3rd place. Let's Go has taken the lead. Joan Wolf is right behind in 2nd. The race is heating up. Wild Kevinone is closing in on Kuifo with a 5.6 second gap. But T-Bomb has overtaken 3 cars and is now in 12th place. Tangaducky TTV has overtaken 4 cars and is now in 14th place. The narrow, winding Grindelwald track is favoring the more agile cars like the Alfa Romeo and Auto Union, while the longer straights are giving the Mercedes cars a chance to catch up. Bobardo is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 13. The Dreamkeeper is right behind, also up 3 places to 14. Wild Kevin Manona is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 4. Vinha 17 is gaining fast on Wild Kevanon, closing the gap to just a few seconds. T-Bomb is inching closer to me, but still a bit behind. J-Max 8 is climbing up to 3rd place. Wild Kevinona is also moving up to 4th. Looks like they're both on a roll. T-Bomb is on a roll, climbing 8 places in no time. Vagranten Shanta and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 14th. Tangaducky TTV is gaining ground, moving up 2 spots to 16th. Maya is closing in on Bobardo, trying to squeeze into that 14th place. Bobardo is holding firm for now, but the pressure is mounting. Tangaducky TTV is making a nice climb up to 14th place after overtaking 3 cars. Joan Wolf is holding strong at the front, now in 1st place. G-Maxiite is also moving up, claiming 2nd place. The race is heating up nicely. Wow, Dre, let's go. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. Wow, what an incredible feat by DJ Lone Wolf. Winning the race, setting the fastest lap, and making the most overtakes all in one go. That's like the triple crown of racing domination. Congrats to DJ Lone Wolf. They clearly know what they're doing out there. It's always exciting to see such a well-rounded performance. Let's see if anyone can top that in the next race. Alright everyone, time is almost up. Make your last-minute selections or forever hold your peace. Don't say I didn't warn you when your favorite gets snatched away. Wow, what a classic battle we have here. On one side we have Yaki Ramen in a Porsche 917K from 1970. That car is a legend, known for its speed and style. On the other side, Celestial Lunari in a Ford GT40 MK4 from 1967. Also iconic, and a fierce competitor on the track. Considering the cars, the Porsche 917K is renowned for its aerodynamics and top speed, especially on a track like Okayama. The Ford GT40 MK4, while a fantastic car with a rich racing history, might struggle a bit against that Porsche's pure speed. But we all know that AI drivers can sometimes surprise us with their unpredictable tactics. Still, I'm putting my money on Yaki Ramen's Porsche 917K winning this one. It's just too iconic and well suited for a race like this. Alright folks, The race is kicking off at Okayama Piper. Leading the pack on pole is the bot Yakiraman, in a sleek 1970 Porsche 917K. Looks like we're in for some classic prototype action. Yakiraman has shot off the line into the lead. Celestia Linari is holding strong in second place, and Stephen Brinkley is right behind in third. Looks like a close battle forming early. Celeste Linari and Yakiraman are nose to tail at the front. Sir Pro3 just gained one spot to sit in fourth. Double and Sir Pro3 are now fighting for the fourth position. Aminsan and Dri 192 Gex are nose to tail for sixth place. Kikas Lady X3 and Tyler Drums 31 are swapping paint for ninth. It's Bumblebee and Kikas Lady X3 are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Double is climbing up to fourth place. Double and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for third. Sir Pro3 and Double are locked in a close fight for fourth. Sir Pro3 just overtook two cars to climb into third place. Double and Sir Pro3 are nose to tail fighting for that third spot. Kikas Lady X3 is making a move now in ninth. Stephen Brinkley just overtook someone to move into fourth place. It's Bumblebee is climbing up to 11th. Ed Stacks and Luck John 7 are nose to nose for 14th. Riko Haruji is holding off Amundsen for 7th place. Kikaslady X3 is trying to find a way past Riko Haruji for 8th. And Syrup Stocks and Lokjung 7 are nose to tail for 14th. Entastasia Yupstim Vidasvadat Khan. Kikaslady X3 and Reko Haruji are nose to nose for 8th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Kikaslady X3 are also fighting for 9th. Belthanate the Beast and Apex Milk Bag are locked in a close scrap for 16th. Aminsan is gaining ground on Dri 192X, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kikaslady X3 has climbed one spot to 8th place. Lacroisson 1980 is also up one spot, now in 11th. Lacroisson 1980 and Tyler Drums 31 are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Tyler Drums 31 and Reko Haruji are nose to tail for 9th place. It's Bumblebee just gained a spot to 11th. Ihave Exema is also up 1 to 13. Ihave Exema and Lacroisson 1980 are battling for 12th, keeping it interesting. Lokjun 7 advances to 13th place. Nenzirop Stocks also moves up to 14th place. Ihave Exema and Nezerop Stocks are nose to nose for the 14th spot. Sir Pro3 and Celestial Inari are nose to nose for 2nd place. Ihave Exema just gained one spot and is now in 14th. Nerop Stocks and Ahave Exema are also battling for 14th, so expect some fireworks there. Sir Pro3 is climbing to 2nd place. Beltane East is now in 15th. Apex Milk Bag has moved up to 16th. Dre 192X and Double are nose to tail for 5th place. Nedzirop Stocks climbs 1 spot to 16. Hamid Media gains 2 spots to 17. Dre 192X and Double are neck and neck for 5th place. Kikas Lady X3 and Amunsan are locked in a close fight for 7th. Apex Milkbag just gained a spot and is now in 16th. Kikas Lady X3 is on fire, moving up to 5th place. Reiko Haruji and Amunsan are nose to nose for 8th. It's Bumblebee is closing in on Tyler Drums 31, closing the gap by a 1.5 seconds. Wow, Yaki Ramen took the top spot. Guess all that noodle energy paid off. Well done. Wow, Yaka Ram really pulled off an impressive win today. Congratulations. Looks like all those ramen-powered engines really paid off. Can't wait to see what they do next race. Sure. Did you know the Highlands track is famous for its twisty turns and stunning scenery? It's like racing through a mountain postcard. The tricky corners really test the driver's skills, making every lap a fun challenge. And with the beautiful backdrop, it's no wonder it's a fan favorite for both drivers and viewers alike. Alright everyone, time is almost up, so make your final choice. Get your favorite cars in now before it's too late. This is your last chance to influence the race, and maybe see a dark horse come out on top. Hurry up and pick your champion. Oh wow, this is quite the high-stakes race. Both of these cars are absolute monsters, so it's definitely going to be a close call. The Lamborghini Aventador's V is known for its raw power and aggressive styling, making it a fierce competitor. On the other hand, the Ferrari 812 Superfast is renowned for its incredible speed and precision handling. Given the track is Highlands with its twisty and challenging corners, I might lean slightly towards the Ferrari because it's got that sharp handling advantage. But don't count out the Aventador's brute force. It could easily overpower the Ferrari on a straightaway. Honestly, it's a toss-up, but I'd put my chips on the Ferrari for a slightly cleaner finish. That said, I wouldn't be surprised if the Lamborghini pulls out a surprise win. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Highlands track. And look at that. Bot just Canadian pole the 2014 Koenigsegg 1-1. Hopefully it doesn't think it's still in 2014. Dicey Shines has shot off the line to take the lead. Just Chanette is right behind in second place, and Marty Freeze is holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Just Chanette and Daisy Chains are nose to tail for the lead. Timborghini Tuba is climbing up to third place. Ovidas and Exclusivagox are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Just Chanette is now in the lead, taking the top spot. Everlasting Apex has moved up to 7th place. The fight for 5th place between Everlasting Apex and Exclusivagox is getting intense. Exclusivagox and Marty Freeze are neck and neck for 4th place. Everlasting Apex and Exclusivagox are fighting hard for 5th. Cherofakitten and Francoetti are locked in a tight duel for 9th. Timborghini Tuba just snuck into 2nd place. Marty Freeze and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for 3rd. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 5th and is now in a close fight with Marty Freeze for 4th. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 4th place now. Marty Freeze and Everlasting Apex are nose to nose for that position. Francoetti is pushing up to 10th. Everlasting Apex is climbing to 3rd place. Marty Freeze and Deja Shanes are nose to nose for 4th. Exclusivagox is advancing to 6th. Exclusivagox and Marty Freeze are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Exclusivagox is climbing to 5th place. Cherofakitten is now in 7th. Ragu is narrowing the gap to Ren Kaori by over a second. Mission Man and Wayne Gretzky are nose to nose for 11th place. Ragu is catching Ren Kaori quickly, closing the gap by a full second. Mission Man is climbing up to 11th place. Ragu is now in 15th, both making moves, but still a long way to the front. Cherofakitten and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for 6th place. Mission Man just gained a spot, and is now in 10th. Mission Man and Francoetti are also fighting hard for 9th. Mission Man is climbing up to 9th place. Francoetti and Mission Man are battling hard for that spot. Wayne Gretzky is also making moves, now in 11th. Marty Freeze and Exclusivagox are nose to nose for 5th place. Cherofakitten and Marty Freeze are also fighting hard for 6th. Mission Man and Ovidus are locked in a close scrap for 8th. Everlasting Apex and Timborghini Tube are nose to tail for second place. Marty Freeze just gained one spot and is now in 6th. Exclusiva Gox and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 5th. Exclusiva Gox is climbing to 5th place. Jerofa Kitten and Marty Freeze are still neck and neck for 6th. Mission Man is advancing to 8th. Everlasting Apex and Timborghini Tube are nose to tail for second place. Exclusiva Gox and Daisy Canes are locked in a fierce fight for 4th. Jerofa Kitten just gained a spot, now sitting in 6th. Everlasting Apex is now in 2nd place. Jerofa Kitten has climbed to 4th. Ovidos has moved up to 8th. Looks like the race is heating up. Ovidos and Marty Freeze are nose to tail for 7th place. Stephen Brinkley is closing in on Ren Kaori, cutting the gap by 2:30 seconds. Nishiman is climbing up to 8th place. Stephen Brinkley is now in 16th. Looks like Mission Man is on the move. Izugots and Dicey Chains are nose to tail for 5th place. Mission Man just gained a spot to sit in 7th. Wayne Bretsky and Ovidus are locked in a close fight for 9th. Mission Man just overtook someone to take 6th place. Mission Man and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for 5th. Marty Freeze and Exclusive Ox are locked in a close fight for 7th. Mission Man is climbing up to 5th place. Uzivogox and Daisy Chains are nose to nose for 6th. Ovidus and Marty Freeze are locked in a close fight for 8th. Ovidus is climbing up to 8th place. Bragu is narrowing the distance to Wayne Bretsky by almost 3 seconds. Tranquility is chipping away at Gliding Penguin's lead, closing in by a little over a second. Wow. Justin Ekfru really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the king of Highlands today. Nedil. Well done. Wow, Justinate really pulled off a fantastic win. Congratulations on that victory. Now, for the lucky drivers able to claim a car, Everlasting Apex, you got the fastest lap. So you're in luck. You can now claim the 2018 SCG004C, a sleek modern street car. Well done, everyone. Sure. Did you know that in the 1950s, sports cars and racing were often so lightweight that they could almost fly around the track? Well, Not literally. But with their sleek designs and powerful engines, they made speed look effortless. Plus, back then, safety gear was pretty much optional, so drivers had to have nerves of steel to handle those speedy adventures. Quite the daring era of racing, right? This is quite the vintage showdown, isn't it? The Maserati 300 Series from 1955, and the Aston Martin DBR 11 from 1956, both have some serious racing history. The Maserati is known for its agility and speed, but the Aston Martin has a reputation for reliability and smooth handling. Considering the Nashville Superspeedway infield's twists and turns, I'd probably give a slight edge to the Aston Martin because of its balanced design and steady performance. But hey, with AI driving, who knows? It might come down to pure luck or who blinks first. Let's see which classic car can rewrite history today. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Nashville Superspeedway and Field. Standing tall on pole is Bot Ekvati, steering a classic 1956 Jaguar D-Type in the sports car's 1950 class. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold on to the lead. Exception has shot off the line to take the lead. Bunny Doom is holding strong in second place. Tyler Drums 31 is right behind in third, trying to keep up. Forty Afro is charging through the field, now in 15th place after overtaking 4 cars. Jodo Todoroki 39 is climbing steadily, now in 3rd place after gaining 2 spots. Awin Storm is also making moves, now in 5th place after gaining 1 spot. Athena CNC is on the move, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Skexis Biopre is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 6th. Forty Afro is gaining ground, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 12th. Sombush 86 is storming ahead to take the lead. Skexis Biopre is right behind, also making a move through the pack. Agvathi is climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to land in 3rd. Things are heating up at the front. La Croissant 1980 is climbing to 14th place. Okinabaka is advancing to 17th place. Except Shane is pushing up to 21 place. Morning Starsel is closing in on Skexis Biopre with a 13.3 second gap. Apex Milkbag is narrowing the distance to Sliptensla Gaming by 6.6 seconds. Akvati has climbed 1 spot to 2nd place. Double is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Tranquility is closing in on Makwasa 1980 fast, cutting the gap by 7.5 seconds. Tyler Drums 31 is hot on Trihar Triad's tail, closing in by 7.6 seconds. Forty Afro just overtook Morning Starsol, and now sits in 6th place. They're still close together, so expect more action soon. Kyroscope and Elias S988 are nose to tail for 9th. Looks like a drag race. Kyroscope advances to 9th place. Ostkzarot climbs to 16th place. Okinabaka and Osgerod are nose to tail fighting for 16th. Skeksis Beau Prix is now in 4th place, inching closer to the top. Popcorn Slayer and Skeksis Beau Prix are nose to tail for that spot. Eliasix 98 is climbing up to 9th, making moves in the midfield. Slipslida Gaming and Kyroscope are nose to nose for 10th place. Okinabaka just gained 1 spot, now 15th. Excepcion is climbing 2 spots, now 17th. Our Windstorm is on a tear, climbing 8 places in no time. Skeksis Beau Prix is closing the gap. Looks like a battle brewing. Necrophantasm just moved up 1 spot, creeping closer to the pack. Our Windstorm just sliced through the field to grab 2nd place. Looks like they're on a mission. Kyroscope nudged into 11th, inching closer to the front. Ostkzarot also making moves, now 16th. Things are heating up behind the leaders. Zombush 86 is climbing to 2nd place. Double is now 3rd. Skeksis Beau Prix is pushing into 4th. The race is heating up. Mirbutsu is closing in on Apex Milkbag, cutting the gap by over a second. Veldkefenonone and Okinabaka are neck and neck for the 16th spot. Tranquility is making moves, climbing up to 18th place. Wild Kevanone and Okinabaka are neck and neck for the 16th place. Bunnies of Doom is climbing up to 20th. Wow. Akvaithi just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone was saving their best for last. Congratulations on the win. Wow, Agvaithi really outdid themselves in this race. Congratulations. They must have some secret AI racing skills I didn't know about. Great job to them, really showing off how it's done. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2021 Ford Mustang probably has the edge on Laguna Seca. The Mustang's known for its sharp handling and agility, especially around tight corners like the corkscrew. The Camaro is no slouch but tends to be more muscle car focused, which might not give it the same finesse on such a challenging circuit. So I'd place my bets on the Mustang sneaking ahead in the final laps. Ooh, this is a classic American muscle car showdown. The Ford Mustang and the Chevrolet Camaro are both beasts. But let's be real. The Mustang has a bit of that legendary American muscle vibe that might give it an edge on a track like Laguna Seca. Although the Camaro is no slouch and has some serious performance potential, I'd put my money on the Mustang to take the win here. It just feels more at home on twisty tracks with that aggressive stance and rear-wheel drive agility. Let's see if the Camaro can surprise us though. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Laguna Seca with Bot Minum A Styler 21 on pole in a shiny 2021 Ford Mustang. Let's see if that muscle can muscle its way to the front. Mina My Styler 21 has shot off the line to take the lead. Everlasting Apex is holding strong in second place, and Shattered Pixel is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Shattered Pixel and Everlasting Apex are neck and neck for second place. Epic Sugar just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Maya is climbing 2 spots and is now in 7th. Morning Starsel just snuck into 3rd place. Deplorable is climbing to 6th. Merchigan Lee is making a move to 12th. And Merchigan Live is in 15th place with a 2006 BMW 320. Looks like they're stuck behind some slower cars and struggling to move up. Epic Sugar is in 5th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the top yet. Dre192X is driving a 2006 BMW 320. They're currently in the middle of the WTC pack, sitting in 11th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is now in 6th place, closing the gap on the racer ahead. Deplorable is right behind, making it a fun little duel for 6th. Lyricel is chopping down the distance to Silent Fox 213. So keep an eye on that chase. Epic Sugar is in 5th place driving a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Epic Sugar is in 5th place with a Chevrolet Camaro. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Shattered Pixel is in 3rd place driving a Ford Mustang. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Hikori Hamzam is driving a 2008 Volvo S60. They're currently in 9th place, so they're holding steady but not quite making moves. Looks like a solid but uneventful race so far. Lyricel is closing in on Silent Fox 213, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Archirona 92 has moved up 1 spot to 16th place. Abla Az and Archirone 192 are locked in a tight battle for the same spot. Morning Stars is gaining on Everlasting Apex, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Taknesty is catching up to Dre 192X, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Gaming Fight Cancer and Taknesty are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. Everlasting Apex is now just a second behind Manamistyler 21. Maya is gaining on Epic Sugar, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Merchican Live is climbing up to 11th place, making moves. Morning Starzel is driving a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 3rd place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're hanging in there but not quite close enough to challenge for the top spot yet. Epic Sugar is in a Chevrolet Camaro and is currently in 5th place. Their fastest lap is just under 1:39. That car seems to be holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Maya is in 7th place with a Ford Mustang from 2021. Her fastest lap is 1:38.606. She's slightly behind the leaders, but holding her own. Looks like she's trying to catch up without making any dramatic moves. Shattered Pixel is driving a Ford Mustang in the Trans Am class. They're currently in 4th place, but have a pretty slow fastest lap compared to the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the top 3. Shattered Pixel is gaining on Morning Starsoul, closing the gap to just a few car lengths. Merchican Life is hot on Lee Russel's tail, making it a tight battle for that position. Wow, Manamaister 21 just took the checkered flag. Looks like someone's got the magic touch at Laguna Seca. Nice job. Wow! What a fantastic win for Minna Styler 21. Big congratulations. You really showed off some impressive driving skills. I guess all those virtual laps paid off. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak. For this track, I would focus mostly on agility and handling. Since the Alice track looks like it has lots of twists and turns, a car that can stick to the road and maneuver quickly would have the edge. Speed is important, but if your car can't handle the curves, you're pretty much just asking to lose time. So for this race, sharp steering and good grip are what will make or break the race. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking, so if you want your favorite car to make it into the race, now's the time to speak up. Don't wait until the last second and then complain that you missed out. Get those choices in before it's too late. Wow! What a clash of vintage legends here! Dank Nuggins has the edge with the 1960 Cooper T53. That car was a real leap forward for its time, known for its innovative design. Cloud Surfer 69's choice. The 1954 Connaught Type B Dart is also a classic, but a bit older, and maybe a little less sporty by today's standards. If I had to take a wild guess, I'd say Dank Nuggins might just edge out the victory thanks to that slightly newer design and the racing pedigree it carries. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. The vintage charm versus the slightly more modern boost. It's a race of history versus innovation. Let's see who rewrites the story. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Alice Track. Leading the pack right now is the bot Hymise in a classic 1951 Alfa Romeo 159. Starting from pole. Buckle up. This should be a historic showdown. Hymise has taken the lead right out of the gate. Mutuba is holding strong in second place, and Darvigos is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already shaping up. Dank Nuggins just overtook Mutube for second place. Mutuba is trying to fight back, but Dank Nuggins is holding strong. Hymise is still leading, but Mutube and Dank Nuggins are closing in fast. Iliazax98 is on a roll, climbing up to 11th place. Beyond Fu Dark Souls is dropping back to 15th after some trouble. Bunnies of Doom is making a move. now in 20th place after overtaking 3 cars. Cloud Surfer 69 and MooTube are nose to tail for 3rd place. Blackbeard just gained 1 spot and is now in 10th. Yesnin 196 and Blackbeard are also battling for 9th. Looks like a crowded midfield. Mobius is climbing to 5th place. GamerBoss 72 is also advancing, now sitting in 6th. Daddygoss and GamerBoss 72 are nose to tail for 6th. GamerBoss 72 and Mobius are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Ixajax is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Axton Hits and Ixajax are nose to nose for 17th. Vanui 1857 is racing a 1960B RMP 48. They're currently in 9th place and haven't shown their fastest lap yet. Looks like a steady run so far. Eliasix 98 is climbing 2 spots to 9th place. Vanona 1857 and Eliasix 98 are nose to nose for 9th. Frankenbuzz is inching up 1 spot to 14. Dynamite 1857 just sneaked into the top 10. Red Panda Manatee 4 is inching closer to Blackbeard, less than a second now. Gnavling is right behind Matrixco, also closing the gap. MooTuba just overtook someone to grab 2nd place. MooTuba and Haimais are nose to tail for the lead. Vanone 1857 is closing in on Yes 996. The gap shrinking nicely. Dank Nuggins is climbing to 2nd place. Immobius is also moving up to 4th. Yasmin 196 is closing in on Daragos, cutting the gap by over a second. They are now battling closely for 7th place. Immobius and MooTube are nose to nose for 3rd place. Yasmin 196 just snuck into 7th. Eliasix 988 is closing in on Vano and 1857. Cutting the gap by a second and the 10th. Max Beerley is climbing up to 12th place. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Max Beerley are neck and neck for that same spot. Axton Hits and Ixax are fighting hard for 17th. Wiz 44 is closing in on Red Panda Manatee 4, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Frankenbuds and Beyond Wu Dark Souls are neck and neck for 15th place. Axton Hits is climbing up 1 spot to 17th. Wiz 44 is now in 13th place, climbing 1 spot. Frankenbuds has moved up to 15th place. Wrestling 567 is in 18th place after gaining 1 spot. Vanona 1857 is driving a 1960B RMP 48, a car known for its innovative design and power. They are currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making any big moves yet. GamerBoss 72 and CloudSurfer 69 are nose to nose for 5th place. Axton Hits just gained a spot to 16. Beyond Dark Souls and Axton Hits are battling hard for 16th. Beyond Dark Souls just overtook Axton Hits to take the 16th place. They're really neck and neck in this fight for that spot. Blackbeard and Elias X988 are nose-to-nose for 10th place. Axton Hits and Beyond Dark Souls are locked in a close fight for 16th. Gnavling and Ixajax are battling hard for 20th. Wow, Haimai's really outpaced everyone else. Guess they're the fastest in the game now. Wow, Haimai's really drove their way to victory. Congratulations! That was an impressive performance. They clearly know how to handle the virtual tracks. Can't wait to see what they pull off next. Well, in 1966, the Formula 3 cars might not have been the fastest on the track, but they sure knew how to make a statement with their bright colors and quirky designs. Fun fact, back then, these tiny but mighty racers were like the Junior League of Racing, serving as a stepping stone for future F1 stars. Basically, a lot of racing legends cut their teeth in these tiny warriors before moving on to bigger, faster, and more expensive adventures. Well, with both drivers being pretty much a mystery, this race is turning into a true game of chance. Maybe one of them has a secret racing skill hidden up their sleeve, or maybe it's just a toss-up. I say we watch and see which one can handle the twisty bits better and keep that car on the track. Who knows? Maybe the underdog will surprise us all and take the victory. And it looks like we're kicking things off at the Bikerniki Ring of Skill with the Formula 3 1966 class. Botren Kaori is starting on pole in a classic 1966 Matra MS5. Let's see if that vintage magic can hold off the competition. Ren Kaori has taken an early lead, with Unknown Buddy right behind in second place. A Beta Bloke is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. A Beta Bloke advances to second place. Husky Hope climbs 2 spots to fourth. Airafael moves up 2 spots to seventh. Airafael and Bodazara are nose to nose for sixth. Rafael is climbing up to 5th place. James Nisk has moved up to 8th. Lithocarp and Archerum 192 are nose-to-nose for 10th. Rowdy Zerolf and Kickus Lady X3 are nose-to-tail for 12th place. Necrophantasm just gained a spot to 15th. Necrophantasm and Cthulhukachu are locked in a close fight for 14th. Cthulhukachu and Rowdy Zerolf are nose-to-nose for 13th place. Adam Flash and Necrophantasm are locked in a fierce duel for 15th. Jarek Plays is climbing up one spot to 21st. Cthulhukachu just sneaked into 13th place. Necrophantasm and Rowdy Zerolf are still nose-to-nose for 14. Aurelia and Jarek Plays are locked in a close fight for 21. Ren Kaori is leading in a 1966 Matra MS5 and seems to be comfortably ahead. Looks like they're just cruising at this point. Kickus Lady X3 is racing in a Techno 68 and currently in 12th place. Looks like she's holding steady but not making much progress. Cthulhukachu is driving a Techno 68 and is currently in 16th place. Looks like they're struggling to keep up with the front runners. Arturo 92 and Agvathi are nose-to-tail for 9th place. Kickus Lady X3 and Lithocarp are locked in a fierce fight for 11th. Cthulhukachu just overtook someone to move into 12th place. Now it's a close fight between Cthulhukachu and Lithocarp for 11th. Who will blink first? Abitablok is in 2nd place, driving a 1968 Techno 68. Their race looks solid so far, just behind the leader, but no signs of slowing down. Husky Hawk just sneaked into 3rd place. Rowdy Zerolf is gaining on Kickus Lady X3, closing the gap by over a second. They're locked in a fierce fight for the 13th spot. Unconybody is climbing to 3rd place. Necrophantasm is making a move to 14. Adam Flash is creeping into 16. Lithocarp's car is a 1966 Matra MS5, currently in 11th place. They're significantly slower than the leaders with a best lap of 1:53.56 and seem to be struggling to keep pace. Jarek Plays and Red 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose-to-nose for 20th place. Shoebox TV just sneaked up one spot to 22nd. Adam Flash is driving a Techno 68 and currently in the middle of the pack. Their fastest lap is just under 1:54. Not bad, but they need to pick up the pace if they want to climb higher. Aurelia is driving a 1966 Matra MS5. Their race seems steady but not quite catching the leaders, sitting in the 22nd spot. Congratulations to Ren Kaori on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Now, go enjoy your well-deserved victory lap. Wow, Ren Kaori really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations. That was a fantastic race to watch. Looks like they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just a bunch of AI cars racing. Can't wait to see if they can keep up their winning streak. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility since Grand Valley Speedway has lots of sharp turns and quick corners. Speed is important too, but the car needs to be able to stick to the road and change directions smoothly. A car with good grip and responsive steering will shine here. So, I'd say balancing acceleration with precise control would give the best performance in this race. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hustle because the clock is ticking. Don't make me pick for you unless you want a surprise. Get those selections in before it's too late. Ooh, this is a classic showdown. The 1993 Ford Mustang is known for its raw power and muscle, but it's not exactly the nimblest on tight corners. Meanwhile, Tokidoki Breeze 1992, Audi 5AV, 8 Quattro, is all about stability and handling, especially with that Quattro, all-wheel drive system. If the race leans into speed and raw acceleration, the Mustang might have a slight edge. But if it's a technical course with lots of turns, the Audi could really shine. Honestly, it's a close call. I'd give a little nod to the Audi for its grip and control, but don't count out the Mustang if it gets a clear, straight shot. This one's going to be interesting. Alright folks, the race is underway at Grand Valley Speedway, and leading the pack on the very first lap is the Bot Epic Sugar in a classic 1988 Mitsubishi Starion. Looks like nostalgia might give it an early edge, but let's see if that strong start holds up against the others. Epic Sugar has taken the lead right out of the gate. The Empress is holding strong in second place. Sasatur is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Yum Chubby Panda and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 6th place. Naiba and Tokidokibre are also locked in a close fight for 8th. Patinomera is climbing up one spot to 10. Archer 192 is making a move, climbing 3 spots to take the 17th position. The Betty White Show is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Naiba is also on the rise, advancing 2 places to 7th. The group of cars are dominating with faster lap times and better positioning, while Group N is trailing behind. likely due to less power and handling. The Grand Valley Speedway's tight corners probably favor the more agile group of vehicles. Botso is climbing up to 11th place. Jerk Plays is making a move to 18th place. The Empress is holding on to the lead, but Epic Sugar is right on her tail. Shotskis and Reko Haruji are battling fiercely for the 14th spot. The Betty White Show is closing in on Squatbender, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. They're battling hard for 4th place. The Betty White Show and Squatbender are neck and neck for 4th place. Jackson Dabox and G Master the Gamma 9000 are locked in a close fight for the 19th spot. The Betty White Show just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Chasa Tour and the Betty White Show are nose to nose for 3rd. Latinumira is climbing up to 8th. Squatbender advances to 4th place. Yum Chubby Panda climbs to 8th. Reko Haruji and Iconic Odd are locked in a close fight for 13th. Reko Haruji is climbing up to 13th place. Apex Milkbag and G Master the Gamer 9000 are nose to nose for the 19th spot. Platnumera is climbing up to 8th place. Yum Chubby Panda and Platnumera are nose to nose for that spot. Apex Milkbag and G Master the Gamer 9000 are locked in a fierce fight for 19th. Jerk Plays is really pushing Shotskis, now closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Apex Milkbag is climbing up 1 spot to 19th place. Jackson Dabox is driving a 1991 Honda Civic SR2, a car known for its agility and lightweight design. They are currently in the last position among the Group N racers, so it looks like the race is not going their way today. Gasatur and D8 Empress are nose to nose for 2nd place. Shotskis and Iconic Odd are locked in a close fight for 14th. Gymnaster Tamer 9000 is climbing up to 19th, 1 spot at a time. The Betty White Show just overtook someone to take 4th place. Velocitor 14 is also climbing up to 5th. Squatbender and Velocitor 14 are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a close fight. Shotskis and Iconic Odd are locked in a close fight for 14th place. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 19th. Jackson Dabox is also making moves, now 20th. Theskis is driving a 1984 Toyota Corolla, which is known for its reliability but not for speed. They are currently in the 12th place, struggling to keep up with the group and leaders. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Velocitor 14 is really having a tough time falling back to 16. Squatbender is climbing up to 5th. Naiba is also gaining ground, moving into 6th. Archerona 192 is climbing 1 spot to 16th place. G-Master Tegama 9000 is also moving up one spot to 17th place. Apex Milk Bags is making a move to 18th place. Key Empress just snatched the lead, taking the top spot. Shotskis is climbing up to 14, inching closer to the top 10. Shotskis and Rekko Haru G are nose to nose for 12th place. Looks like a battle of wills. Wow, Empress, you really took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Oh wow! Empress took the crown. Great job there. Clearly they've got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's just II. Now, congratulations to Naibi for winning the bet race. They get to claim that classic 1993 Ford Mustang from Group A hopefully. They're ready to take that beauty for a spin. Alright folks, time's almost up. Make your picks quick or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI throws your way. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, we've got Carburkle in a 1998 McLaren MP413 and Titus 61, in a Minardi M198. The McLaren is basically the Ferrari killer from that era. A real powerhouse with a legendary driver lineup. The Minardi, on the other hand, was more of a backmarker. The underdog that rarely found itself at the front. Given the car choices, my money's on Carburkle winning this race without breaking a sweat. The McLaren's got the speed, handling, and overall performance edge. TT61's Minardi might put up a brave fight, but in a race like this, the car's a pretty big deal. So, get ready for Cobrakal to take the checkered flag in style. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Queensland National. And look at that, Buddy Emma Priest is starting on pole with the classic 1998 Ferrari F300. Let's see if the old legend can hold on to that lead. The race kicks off with the Emma Priest leading the pack, followed closely by the Critical Leg in second, and Naibe holding on to third. Looks like a tight battle already. Simple Marcus just climbed one spot to 5th place. TT61 and Maya are nose to tail for 6th. Viswatch Indio and Dungas on 3 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Naibe just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Simple Marcus is climbing up to 4th. Viswachinho is now in 10th. They are battling closely with Manama Styler 21 for 9th. Simple Marcus is holding off the Critical Leg for 3rd place. Ikara 77 and Max Spirally are still neck and neck for the 13th spot. Simple Marcus is climbing up to 3rd place. Ika 77 is advancing to the 13th spot. Maya just overtook Pondon and now sits in 5th place. Pondon and Maya are still neck and neck for 5th. TT61 and Pondon are battling hard for 6th. Maya is hanging around in the back now at 17. Pondon is climbing up to 5th. Cobrakal is making a move into 6th. Miname Styler 21 just climbed to 7th place. Hisvachingyo and Taiti 61 are nose to nose for 8th. Dora Rogue is inching up to 14th. Dora Rogue and Frankie are locked in a close fight for 13th. Cobrakal is climbing up to 5th place. Hisvatingyo is also moving up to 8th. Hisvatingyo and Mainamai Styler 21 are nose to nose for 7th. Dongatsong is on a tier, overtaking 9 cars to take the lead. Simple Marcus is dropping back, now in 16th. Yama Priest and Dongatsong 3 are nose to tail for the top spot. Yama Priest just took the lead, claiming 1st place. Naida is right behind, moving up to 2nd. The Critical Leg is also advancing, now in 3rd. Looks like a tight battle at the front. Donglitz on 3 is closing in on Simple Marcus like a heat-seeking missile, shrinking the gap by 14.1 seconds. Ika 77 and Your Instinct are neck and neck for 9th place, giving us a real nail-biter. Ika 77 and Your Instinct are nose to tail for 9th place. Max Spirally is climbing up one spot to 13. Angie7 is climbing to 8th place. Door Rogue is now 10th. Funky Frankie has moved into 11th. The race is heating up. Your Instinct is on the move, climbing to 10th place after overtaking 3 cars. Simple Markers is closing in on Max Spirally, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. TT61 is catching up to Riswachindyo, narrowing the distance by just over a second. TT61 and Riswachindyo are locked in a tight duel for 7th place. Mina Maistaya 21 is dropping back to 13th place. Taiti 61 is climbing to 6th place. Ika 77 is moving up to 8th place. Well, look at that. Yamapriest just took the top spot. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Yamapriest really took the win, didn't they? Congratulations. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all those prayer sessions paid off on the racetrack. Alright everyone. It looks like we're taking a quick pit stop for some stream maintenance. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few minutes with more AI car racing action. Grab a snack, maybe stretch a little, and get ready for the high-speed fun to continue.